Okay, so I like using that lick. That's a diminished lick I like to use. That's one of my favorite riffs. Also, I like to do the diminished patterns like. So I like it's like this is these are all symmetrical patterns like a. So now that's tricky on the 7th string. Today I lick I have to do this stretch. See, I have to do these weird stretches on the 7th string because I have a low A. Okay, so those are actually cool things you can actually do on the 7th string for diminished licks. Just so you guys know, on Instagram, you could actually Instagram saying, "Tell my viewers about my badges." So a badge is actually so you guys know they're watching. If you like what I'm doing, you can actually donate with badges. One heart it pays me 99 cents. 2 hearts pays $1.99, and 3 hearts pays $4.99. So if you like what I'm doing, please donate to my badges. It's a new thing on Instagram, and also I have my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App up there at Ron Jackson Music. If you want to donate to that, so thank you. If you want to donate to badges, so let me see. I have a bunch of messages now on TikTok. So someone's asking me, what strings do I use? I use all kinds of strings, but on this guitar, I'm using these jazz tapes, okay? Look at this. These are 14 on top, okay? People always freak out when I tell them that. So these are 14 to 79. 14 to 79, okay? Those are the jazz tapes I use. So that's a great question. So that's a good answer. I have a bunch of different strings. It depends on the guitar I'm playing. But on this guitar, I'm playing that. I'm going to answer a question now on YouTube. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And, oh, I see people watching already. Just so you know, I got a new guitar. Send me a chat if you have any questions, my Patreon friends. And right now, we're going to talk about rhythm and using a metronome particularly. Oh, hey, Michelle. How you watching? So I got a new guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico. Let me fix this a little bit. I don't know. I got to move this closer to make sure I look like I'm a seamless background. I got to work on this actually, everybody. But I put a background behind me, but it doesn't look seamless. So let me move this over a little bit this way. And so let's get started here. I just got this D'Angelico. It's called the XL1 model with the cutaway throwback. It's a great guitar. I need to get it set up. It's the first time I'm actually playing it on anything. So if you have any questions so far, everybody on Patreon or my friends who are watching, please let me know. Also, I have an announcement to make. So next Sunday, I'm actually doing a jazz improvisation workshop for Lively. I'm going to put it on the chat here in a minute. And so, a bunch of my students are attending already. And if you'd like to join me, that would be great. And today we'll just work on rhythm, but particularly practicing with the metronome. So so everybody should have their metronome out and get ready if you're watching this. And so I use an app called Tempo. It's really a great app. And let me show you this. So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but you know, uh, I didn't take it, seriously like I should have. Um, for years, I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay, so you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. There's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into um, you know when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4 90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. Um, so I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I can just go, I can just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is like, you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say everybody to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Private student. He comes to my place. We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I can talk to you through the camera without getting sick or vice versa. I'm just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, I mean, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, "Look, Ron, one way you can play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So what happens is when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing what's the word you're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately, right on the beat. Now if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind, and people always are a little bit ahead or ahead, So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You could just play one beat per measure per click, or two, or dividing into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and the next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E. and the 3 E and the 4 E and the 1 E and the 2 E and the 3 E and the 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16th notes, which is 1 E and So you know. Remember, the eighth note is 1 and. So you're putting the E, 1 E and You're putting the E and between the 1 and now. So my teacher, my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and so when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like 4 notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and so it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate because you're thinking the note is slower than it is because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into 4 equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, I'll start. He has me actually doing the if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and so I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay. 1 and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and like I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, and I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and 2 E and I'm making sure I'm doing the count 1 E and 2 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text, a live chat. That's what you're here for, to ask me during the live lesson, And thank everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple lessons a week. I used to just do one, but people were saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, please send them to me. Email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including, this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay. So I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. They gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now. And I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it. And I have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And so when I'm doing timing, okay, so we just divided into, like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divided into 2, like 1 and 2 and. Then I divide into 4, 1 E and 2 E and. Now you can divide in 3. Okay, so you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you can use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Look at this. Oh yeah. So someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm doing. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean. Sean, my student I just had earlier, Sean. Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. Triple. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go one pellet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet, one pellet, two pellet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where one is. Okay, one bit. So I go one and that. So that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet. You can go one end up, two end up, three end up, four end up. You could do that too when you're counting these rhythms, okay? Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone and go to my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, something's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on. Oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I'll particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go one and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and two and. I can do it that way. One and three and oh, sorry. One and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one. Now it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think. When you start counting the notes and saying the notes, it's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count one, two, three, one, and two. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony. Excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand, and another hand's counting something else. You know, the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and two and if I'm playing 16 notes, one and two E and three and sorry. It's hard to do. One E and two E and three E and four E and four E and two E and three E and four E and one E and two E and three E and four E and one E and two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. So when I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here. that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Uh, yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly eighth notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player, but like a horn player would probably play more like what's the word? Um, are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ymir said Origin. Origin. So Origin is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it rhythmic wise. Let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Origin. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Origin has a triplet in the beginning. Like it goes like one, triple. So I would go one, triplet, or you do it one, triplet, or one, two, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with the metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 2. It's so hard to find. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So what I'm doing is it's hard to keep the count and sing and do everything at the same time because I'm doing it pretty fast to do that. But what I'm doing is when you start really counting every note and thinking about thinking about each rhythm of the note, that's the point I'm trying to make is you're actually internalizing the rhythm better, and deep down inside subconsciously your mind plays with better rhythm. That's the whole point of this class today. So practice with your metronome like that. Counting and make sure you know your subdivisions of the beats. So I can actually read pretty good. So I wouldn't be when I'm actually playing like a regular fast tempo. Like let's say I'm playing faster. Let's put this up to like 90. I'm not playing that fast. I'm gonna put it on 100. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. 4, 1. So what I'm doing is I'm just reading it like I would normally read it, but I'm actually more conscious about the rhythm because I'm thinking about the subdivisions in general. So I try to play more accurately. And a lot of people don't think about that when they're actually reading. They're just trying to read the notes and read the rhythms, but they don't think about the rhythms really deep in their soul. Like now I'm looking at music a different way when I'm counting. So when I'm just reading, I'll just read, but I'm subconsciously I'm thinking more about the timing to each note, like the accuracy of each note, and also the deep rhythm of each note. Because like a whole note, someone asked, my drum teacher asked me, "What's a whole note?" I say, "Well, whole note's 4 beats." But what is a whole note too? It's 4 quarter notes tied together, for example. Okay, so when you think of it that way, it's like instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So those are whole notes. So, but if I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking of the whole note as 4 quarter notes. Your mind thinks differently that it's actually 4 chord notes tied together, or it could be 8 notes tied together, or 16 notes tied together, you know. So you play that really accurately in your brain, and drummers think like that because also that's all they have is rhythm. Okay, so it's very important to be able to feel rhythms and also have them internalized by counting. And drummers, ever since I've been studying drum with drum teachers, I've been checking out drummers. I think musicians should do that. I mean, I've been checking out the drummer Vinny Caliuta because he's a big, I never knew how much a monster this guy is. He plays with everybody. Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Sting. He played with Frank Zappa in the beginning, and and he mentioned the same thing. When he's a drummer, he counts everything, and all kinds of things that goes in his mind about counting. Permutations, odd meters. I mean, but everything is mathematical and it's logical. That's the whole point. It's all logical and it all works. It's all mathematical. It's nothing like some kind of weird rocket science where you think that he's playing some weird stuff at the time. No, it's all counted actually. So if you want to get deeply into rhythm, I think you should study with a drum teacher and check out drummers. So a couple more topics. I'm doing a short live lesson today, but one thing I like to do is so this metronome. You should practice in odd meters, which I need to practice more in too. I mean, we shouldn't get to odd meters too much today, but so this metronome, I don't know if you can see this, but it can go into 3/8, 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, 5/8, 3 plus 2, or 5/8, 2 plus 3. I mean, all kinds of stuff. 4/4, 7/4, 11/2. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. But another thing you should practice when you're playing jazz is actually just play on one, like half notes. Let me show you. So I'm gonna. I have to turn my phone down because I'm just trying to see who's texting me, just in case there's a problem with going live with people here. I had that problem before. Yeah. So hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. So, for example, everybody, look at this. So if I'm playing, I like to change my metronome to 1/4. So it's just one click. This is the first thing I like to do is just practice with my metronome. Just click, click. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I like to practice with my metronome on 2 and 4 when I'm doing jazz, particularly. So when I'm counting, this is another way to practice with the metronome too, just so you know. So when I'm counting, I like to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There might be a latency. My hand looks slower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So that's a very common thing to do with jazz. To jazz with the metronome is practice on 2 and 4. So I'll practice the same way like I do with my other stuff rhythmically. I'll go 1, 2, 1, 2, aerogin. See, I'm playing it. Now, you notice I'm playing like a bass line. Now, the reason why I do 2 and 4, if there's any questions, please send them to me. Let me just see if someone else sent me a question real quick. Reggie just sent one question. So, look at this. So if I'm playing, when you're playing in a jazz band, the 2 and 4 is really important because the hi-hat does this and the drummer does it. The hi-hat, the drummer plays a hi-hat like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they hit the 2 and 4 just like that, okay? And the bass player emphasizes that too. He'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of exaggerating. So you hear the 2 and 4 are really emphasized. So that's a very common way to practice with your metronome is to emphasize 2 and 4. So let me put that on for a second so you get an idea. 1, 2, or 1. So and you notice people will go like this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're saying that 2 and 4 like this. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you know what I'm doing too? I'm trying to think in my head when I'm doing the bass. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, so I can lock in better with the metronome. So if you start thinking like that, but you also there's a lot of things to think about. So I'm trying to think of the notes and the bass line. So I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2. Oh, so you know, I'm going. I saw I messed up there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. 2, 3 and 4 and 1. 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So you notice too, we talked about the rhythms like 1, 1 and 2. What I'm doing too, I'm making these into swing eighth notes. I forgot to talk about that. So there's straight eighth notes and there's swing eighth notes. Also, there's swing 16th notes and straight 16th notes. So you can go like this with the eighth note, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So I'm doing swing eighth notes right now: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and so that comes from the triplet actually. You know that we mentioned earlier. Sean mentioned like the triplet, or you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and but now you're taking the 1 and or trip and putting it into one note and go triplet, triplet, triplet. You know, you're holding the note over it. So if I'm playing straight eighth notes, it would sound like this. Here's the difference: 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. It's the same tempo. Same tempo. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are swing eighth notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now I'm going to do straight. Okay, someone has a question. For newer musicians, what do you advise for someone just starting to play with others in terms of concentrating on downbeats with other instruments playing right next to you? Oh, that's a good question. So when I'm in a band, it's really, really important to lock in with everybody in the band. So the best way to lock in with other band members is to actually listen to them more than yourself. I tell my students all this time, tell this to them all the time. You have to be able to lock in to other musicians. So when I'm actually playing, let's say I'm playing with the bass player and he's going, and I'm playing the chords. So what I'll do is I'll listen to his bass line to make sure my chord fits right in there. So kind of like me copying myself and playing the bass line, I try to fit my chords right where he's playing the bass line. Okay, also, I listen to the drummer. I gotta learn that song, Ymir. I gotta learn a million songs actually. But well, anyway, Ymir said that sounds like Jen. I gotta learn that one. Jen Krishna. Who's that by? Send me that. Umir, send me who the composer for that is. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the live lesson at the end. But yeah, so when you're playing in a band, the most I learned this from Rufus Reed, the bass player who lives right here in Take. Oh, Joe Henderson, thank you. And when I say Rufus Reed, he told me that's one of his things that he teaches. Like, when you're a band, you got to think of it like a pie. I'm hungry now. I want pie. I'm just kidding. So let's say you're playing in a band. You're in a pie. You have the piano, bass, drums, and guitar. So you got to think of yourself as one quarter of that pie in a four-piece band, and your focus. You're a part of that pie, but your focus is around the whole band, actually. So you're. I don't. When I'm in a band, I listen to everybody else more than myself, actually, because what happens is when you listen to yourself, you actually lock in better in many ways, not only with timing, but with like harmony, you know, call and response, um, everything that has to do with playing in a band. So I'm doing everything in that fashion when I'm actually doing when I'm in a band. So that's how you lock your groove in, and that's part of timing too. Like when someone's playing an off rhythm in the band and you're playing on the beat, it's better you follow them, and so you're playing with them in time as well. So it's very important. So remember, so we were talking about. Let me. I have a few more things before I finish up here. But look. So for example, when I'm doing 16th notes too, let me make this into a straight 4/4. So if I'm doing 16 notes, so what I'm doing is I'm doing straight 16 notes right now. So I'll count in my head to 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E. This is kind of fast. 71 and 2 E, especially if you're counting out loud. 1 E and 2 E and so those are straight 16 notes. But what I like to do, I mean, in a lot of funk and rap music, they do swing 60 notes. So it's like this. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1. Hear the difference? Straight. So they're like eighth notes, swing eighth notes, but put into 16 note context. So rap is a lot of swing 16 to 8 notes, actually. Let me put that slow. Oh, that's too slow. So I'll do that song 8 Mile like this. So what I'm doing is I'll swing at those notes, the B flat, G. I'm hitting a D drum. So what I'm doing is I'm doing swing 16 notes there. That's a great example. So a lot of rap and pop, a lot of rap music is actually from jazz. The swing aspect of it, even the rapping and the syllables they use is like scatting in jazz. Now, if you hear a rap guy go, it sounds terrible because there's no groove to it. If you play it straight, so there's one interesting thing that I'm learning about. I need to work more myself on polyrhythms, like 3/4. But we're gonna get into that in a different lesson. But so I just gave you guys a few different ways to practice with the metronome. About rhythm and timing, etc., like that. So please watch the video. Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Great point. Rap derived from bebop. It is. I mean, I've heard that for years, and it is derived from bebop. Rap is derived from bebop and the swing, etc. Okay. Is the rap swing, the six swing 16 notes, is from jazz. Actually, everything's from jazz and blues. in America. So even rock. So 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 this is this is a basic thing about rhythm, a basic live lesson about rhythm. So come back and watch this. Also, I want to let you know, whoever's watching, I'm doing a live workshop on Lively next Sunday, 2 p.m. It's It's jazz improv workshop. So we're gonna and this time because in these live lessons you can't really like interact with anybody. You're just kind of like talking into the camera here, and so I'm doing a Lively lesson. I'm gonna put that it's called lively.com. What I'll do is I'm gonna give you the link right now to watch. I'll put it on my Patreon too. But if you want to attend my Lively workshop, I'm going to put the link right here. That's next week, next Sunday at 2 p.m. Okay. I have a bunch of people signed up already. Another person just signed up today. And I work for this organization called Lively, and they present like live workshops. No, I present lessons through them, private and, workshops, but they also have yogis, cooks, a lot of people from well-known rock, funk, and R&B bands, jam bands, all kinds of stuff. And tomorrow night, my Sunday evening jazz show, I'm going to have Mark Brownstein from the Disco Biscuits band. This band tours around. They do they do a lot of theaters and stuff, all over the country. They're pretty known. They do big festivals. And he's the guy that actually runs the program. So he's going to be on my show talking about it and talk about me as a teacher. And he loves my stuff. And so he has me on this, he's, and as a teacher there too. So I'm happy to be there. One of the only few jazz guys in the website called Lively. So if you could join my workshop, that would be great. You, my friends from here on Patreon. And there's going to be a live playback on this. You can watch the link after this and watch it. And I'm going to make this public in a few weeks, okay? But thanks for watching. So this is just a basic introduction to rhythm on the guitar and the rhythm in general that you should be practicing on any instrument, okay? And I'll see you guys very soon. It's Ron Jackson on Patreon. I'm on all these websites. And I appreciate you guys watching. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? If you have any questions, just send me a message on Patreon, or at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon for another live lesson next month on the second Saturday. And have a great weekend, okay? And I'll see you on social media or on Patreon. Otherwise, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Oh my God. I think there's a wrong camera here. Let me check this out. I'm just settings. Okay. I'm just doing a test right now. Enable live chat. Yep. Enable slow mode. 60 seconds between messages. Okay. Cancel. I know no one's on right now, but I'm just looking. Oh, I know. Chris, how you doing, man? I'm just doing a sound check. I just got to check the settings here. Hold on. I guess I can't. My settings are a little different than I thought. Is it this camera? Yes, it is. It's not panned the way I want it, but in the way I set it up, but it's okay. Thanks, Chris. I'm just doing a check right now. I'm not actually starting yet, but just doing a sound check. For most of you who are going to be watching today, please send. Oh, see, Chris is doing good already. He's already sending a chat. Chris is one of my bass students. Great guy. Great bass player. So I'm just doing a test. Okay. long to set up today, everybody. I'm not. So I have this background behind me, but it's not quite the right size. I actually what's the word? I actually set it up a different way, and now on YouTube you can't really like do a sound check unless you go on live. Let me check some settings here. Pop out chat toggle. I'm just doing some settings. I'm not going to really start till 2. But if you're watching, send me your questions already. But I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff for my patrons too on my Patreon, which is let me just make a few notes here for you guys. I see 4 people up here already. So please send questions via chat. I'm doing stuff about hybrid picking today. Okay. Oh, I see the mic is picking me up over here. I'll do it that way. I'm going to do this, move this back a little bit. And Chris had some questions about Coltrane changes. Let me see. Please send questions. Okay. Also, let me know who's participating. Hey. Hello, winner here. That's funny. Hey, Nathaniel. Where are you from, Nathaniel? Send me a message. Where do you live? I want to know where people are from here exactly. If I move back, you get a better sound because my mic is unidirectional. I don't want to pick up the computer. It's like making a lot of noise. So that's better. Also, this is for my patrons at this address, patreon.com. I'm going to write this down. Yes, and Chris, what's Chris say here? Yeah, I'd love to learn about playing over train changes and maybe playing over our waltz for Debbie. Okay. You're from Tanzania, but I'm currently living and studying in Newfoundland, Canada. Really? Wow, Newfoundland. I've been to Newfoundland. I passed through there on a boat on a jazz cruise maybe about 15 years ago. It was nice. We stopped off there. Or just any waltz, playing over 3/4. Okay, we can go over that too. Right now I'm just setting up. Chip, hey Chip, Chip off the old block. Chip is here. Chip, we're going to talk about 7-string. We have Chip Roop also, and I want to discuss 7-string guitar a little bit for you guys today. So just so you know, after the workshop, which I'm going to start promptly at 2. Thanks for being early, everybody. Chip has some questions about the 7-string guitar, so I'm going to be going over that a little bit too. Hold on, let me put the heat up a little bit. It's kind of cold in New York. Chip, where are you from? I forgot to ask you that. Just send me a message. And I know Chris is from Colorado. We got people from all over the world here. The people are going to be showing up eventually. Music is alive in Newfoundland? Really? Interesting. Good. So I'm going to, I'll play a couple of songs before we start probably. Oh, Chip, you're in Fort Worth. Cool. I'm just warming up because, you know what happened today? I was just trying to set up. This stuff takes so long to set up, and it's still not set up correctly. These are some of my warm-up exercises, guys. I'll do a diminished chord across the neck. Now, this is my 6-string guitar. I have this on my TikTok and my Instagram where I do a warm-up, okay? And what's happening is I'll do this warm-up. I'll do a tremolo. I'm kind of stiff right now. I'll do these things like this. Tremolo. Etc. Let me turn this mic this way a little bit more because it's unidirectional. I'll put my tuner on. I'll do a warm-up like this. Actually, my arm's been hurting me because I've been doing a lot of posting on my social media, like a lot of video editing. So it's really affecting my shoulder, and I need to be practicing. I'm doing this stuff too much. A lot of social media and videos, and I do a little exercises like this. You can do little exercises like little tremolos. I used to practice these things all the time. Classical exercises, little hammer-ons, and little chromatic scales. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise. These are warm-ups. Oh, dude with the guitar pump. Thanks for having me. Joe Amico. Joe, where are you from, Joe? Oh. If you guys want to talk about social media stuff too, let me know. I'll talk about anything today. We're going to talk about hybrid picking. I want to talk to. I want to spread this around a little bit. I want people to know about the 7-string guitar because Chip just joined my Patreon and he wants to know more about 7-string guitar. So I have a few videos up. It's hard to actually put a lot of posts about 7-string and 6-string because there's so much work to be involved with posting all this stuff. Oh, do with guitar. I'm from Indianapolis, but I pro soccer player currently in Oklahoma City. Wow, really? That's cool. Hey, and Amir, my new student, is here too from Stamford, Connecticut. Welcome. And anybody who's watching, please, send me some questions. Someone asked me already, wanted to get into posting on social media, but I'm scared that they'll take my practice time away from me. You're right. So I haven't been practicing. So this guitar, so you guys know, is my Eastman. It's the T49-V Amber guitar, and it's fairly easy for me to play because I usually use heavy strings. So these are actually 12 on top. Because if I put heavier strings on this, it'll be too much for the guitar. So I'm just doing a little. So I'm going to start the workshop now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 7-string guitar out and play that a little bit. I'll play a song for you, and then we'll get to taking questions. Let me turn my amp off for a second. Let me plug this in. So here's my 7-string guitar. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. I want to talk about hybrid picking today. That was the main subject of my Patreon account. But then also, I'll take any kind of questions. Like my student Chris asked about. He asked about Coltrane changes. So let me do this guitar here. So this is my 7-string. Now, just for, I'll talk about it in a minute after I play a song, but Chip is here to learn about 7-string guitar, and I'm glad because I want people to play 7-string guitar a little bit. I'm just tuning it up real quick. I hear it's pretty pumped. I hear it going through the mic right now. Here we go. Let me do a little song for you guys. It's kind of loud. Turn that mic here a little bit. Okay. Wow. So let me see who's here now. So we're going to talk about first hybrid picking. That was a song called "Time After Time." Just a little doing a little warm up on my 7-string guitar here, and so just so you know, I was doing I was actually performing the using hybrid picking. Okay, actually, when I'm most of the time I'm actually using hybrid picking in my playing when I'm doing, especially fingerstyle guitar playing, like I'm doing right now. I mean, well, solo guitar playing, I call it. So what's happening is I'm actually, if I'm playing a melody, let's say I'm playing the songs time after time, if I'm going, I'm actually using my fingers to play those notes. I actually could use my pick, but I have to strum through to play the melody actually. So what I'm doing is I'm actually separating my fingers. Okay, so that was called Time After Time because Chris was asking about that. So I usually use my pick and fingers hybrid picking on a lot of stuff, particularly by myself. Okay, but you should know how to play just with the pick. Okay, and I like to use a teardrop pick just so you guys know. Here's what it looks like, and a lot of guitar players, some guitar players use really small Jim Dunlop picks, but I play with the George Benson picking technique, where I kind of require a pick that's this size, a teardrop pick. This is a medium pick, and no, excuse me, this is a heavy pick that I use actually on my 7-string guitar because I have 14s on these on the top. Okay, now for the 7-string players here, I tune to a low A, so it's actually doubling my A string. Okay, so it's an octave below that. So it's a really cool effect. I learned that from studying with Bucky Picciarelli, the late Bucky Picciarelli, who actually just passed in this past April last year, from right at the beginning of the COVID crisis, from COVID-19, unfortunately. So, he told me to tune like this, and then rock, they tune it with a low B, and in jazz, and in Brazilian they tune with a low C. So in rock, it would the note would, the A string would be this, and in Brazilian, the A string would be open, would be like the C note right here. So this is a low note. So I love the low note aspect of this. Okay, it's a really cool sound. Just so you know, my mic is picking up the amp and my fingers and all kinds of stuff. It's a really sensitive mic, but this is high fidelity kind of. Okay, so when I'm picking with hybrid picking, you got to be conscious about independence with your fingers. Okay, so when I'm doing a melody like this, I'm only using my third, my middle and ring finger of my picking hand. Now, I write for a magazine called Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and when we talk about people playing what's the word, fretting hand or picking hand, because we don't want to box you into being left-handed or right-handed. Okay, so on my picking hand, I use my pick like this. Now, I usually hold my pick like this, just so you know. Some people hold their pick like this. I rule against playing like holding a pick like this, because what happens is you tend to hold the pick a lot tighter, and it gives you a tighter sound. I learned from this great guitar player that I studied with out in New York here called Rodney Jones, and George Mention holds the pick like this too. You hold your pick just like this with your finger on top of your finger, and you hold it really loose, almost like it's falling off. Okay, and what I do is I just pick completely perpendicular to the string, like this. Okay, so let me show you the camera. So it's like this basically, and but I turn it this way when I'm playing. So my pick is actually going at this angle, because that's how I learned how to play. It's a George Benson picking technique. Now, only way you can play like this with a pick is with your pick turned this way is actually using flat wound strings. So my strings are like, you don't hear any scratching here, do you? It's very little. If I hit my 7th string, that's wound. You hear the difference? So that string is wound, so I can't really play my pick sideways. I can only hit it straight there. But on other strings, I can hit it sideways, okay? Now, if there's any questions, let me know. I don't see many questions coming up here yet. Let me see. Oh, maybe it's up here. Okay, no, I'm just looking right here. Please send questions if you have any. Oh, do with the guitar. How do you hold the pick? Oh, I usually use fingers. Oh, okay, I just explained that, didn't I? So, yeah, I just hold the pick like I told you a minute ago. So, just like this. And I use like different gauge picks too. This is a medium, this green one. And I usually use it on lighter strings, because, when you start playing a heavy pick on a lighter string, to me it's too heavy. Okay, so I use a lighter pick. This is a medium pick. It's not too light. The ones that are too light are too flimsy. But if you play with fingers, that's cool too. I mean, I went, years ago I went to see the master Joe Pass perform, and he plays great with his fingers and with his pick, so he does stuff like that too. And I think it's important to learn how to play with your fingers too. I studied classical guitar on and off for years, and I need to practice more, obviously, about classical guitar, but I love that music, and I love the discipline you need, and you really need to use your fingers, doing all the tremolos and stuff. But I never used my nails, so that's a whole different world. In classical, they actually use nails, and I have like my old teacher, who's actually a friend of mine, who's a really great classical flamenco guy. He has to use super glue on his nails and keep them up, really, So, but what today, so we're discussing using. You could talk about fingerstyle too. So I think every guitar player should know how to play with their fingers and hybrid picking, like I was showing you earlier. Mixing them up. And then with your pick, only with your pick too, just mixing them up depending on styles you're playing. So like when I like to play like Chet Atkins kind of stuff. It's one of my songs. It's kind of weird to play in 7G. I'm using my fingers, but also I can do it with my pick too. It's different though. So then I can use my pick doing that too. It's just harder. See, there's a lot of advantages to using your fingers. You could do a lot more independent lines and things like that. You're limited with the pick. You can only really strum. You can only hit one note at a time unless you strum the notes through. Okay, with the pick. Okay, or you can just like play single lines or double notes, etc. Okay, anything like that. If I'm going to play two notes at a time, they're across strings. I have to mute the ones in between. So if I'm playing like two notes, I'm playing the first string and the third string. But the problem is, let me turn this mic down a little bit. Turn my guitar down. I have to mute the string if I'm going to hit the first and third string. But if I'm playing with my fingers, that's a whole different story. I just play with my fingers. So that's the advantage about playing with your fingers. You can separate the notes more. You don't have to play. If I'm going to play like a chord like this, 3 different notes across skipping strings. If I'm going to do it with a pick, that's going to be hard. I have to mute the string. I can actually almost do it. I have to use a different fingering, but with my fingers, I can just play them. Okay, and separate them just with my fingers. Okay, etc. Okay, so let's keep going here. Any questions so far? Please send them to me. Oh, wait. My other student, the great Reggie Hagee out of Long Island, New York. He's asking if I've ever tried wooden picks. Yes, I've tried all kinds of picks. Growing up, I had like different. I've tried wooden picks, felt picks. There was this pick called the stylus pick at one time. It was like the stylus of a record player, and it was like kind of round and pointy, and you put it on your string. It was like some kind of gimmick. Yes, it was really weird to play. But then I settled on this pick eventually, a simple teardrop pick like this. But yeah, I've never tried wooden pick. I've tried wooden picks, but I never was into them. Well, I always go to the NAMM show, which is like a big music convention every year. Around this time, actually, I'm going to be doing some stuff for like a few of the endorsers I have, like a Reunion Blues and Cremona and some of these companies, Hendrickson amps, which I use over here. And what I'm going to do is, when I go to these NAMM shows, they always give me picks. Well, you can find all these kinds of picks, but I just collect them. Usually, they give you away free picks at a lot of these places. I just give them to my students. Especially my young students that I teach that are really young. I give them free picks all the time. They always lose them, like I do. So, okay. So that's So let's continue with hybrid picking. So, hybrid picking is a good what's the word? It's like a good medium between playing with your fingers and playing with the pick. So you could kind of combine it. So when I'm doing bossa novas and stuff like this, usually a bossa nova, like a bossa nova rhythm like from Brazil. Now it sounds, that's how you're really supposed to play with your fingers on a nylon string guitar or a nylon acoustic. Now here's what it sounds like if I do it with a pick, though. It's kind of harder when I'm doing hybrid picking. I have to kind of combine the notes. So what I usually do is I'll just put my pick down and just play with my fingers for that kind of stuff. So, but certain songs there's a lot of more songs I could actually do with pick and and my fingers, hybrid picking. So like when I'm walking bass lines like this. See, I'm doing the bass with the pick, and I'm doing the comping on top. So I'm doing like the comping rhythm. So I'm putting the pick on the bottom with the bass low. So this is just a blues and F. So I like that independence, but you got to make sure that the pick is not too loud when you're actually doing the hybrid picking. Now I can actually play the same thing with all picking too, I think. It sounds different. All picking now. So you hear the difference too? It's a little bit more trebly when you only use your pick, okay? Now if I use my fingers, it has a warmer sound. And you know, the pick has a lot more attack too. You hear the difference? So you can really attack the strings with the pick a lot more. Okay, like that. So, I mean, so the pick, there's a really great advantages to hybrid picking. And I suggest doing what I'm doing. So learn how to count, how to, what's the word? Learn how to hold chords like this. And then, hit the chord with your fingers, part of the chord at least, whatever you can hit with your fingers that are available. I only use these two fingers too when I'm hybrid picking, just so you know. I rarely use my fourth finger to do anything with, because that's the one that's the weakest finger on my picking hand. Now, I mean, I've developed my fourth finger a lot on my fretting hand, so I try to use that a lot. Try to get that finger really. I've been working on that finger for years. But on this hand, it's like the weakest finger of all my hands, and I'm just, I'm an okay finger picker, I used to be better when I was studying classical, but I think in jazz, especially when you're doing solo guitar stuff, let me see if there's any questions here. Nobody yet? Okay. If there's any questions, please send them to me. And also, I'd like to thank, let me see. Dude with the guitar. Hey, dude. Wait a second. Dude with the guitar. Oh, Joe. It's Joe. Oh, dude with the guitar. Where are you from? I'm just wondering, where are you from, actually? Where do you live? Just send me a message, too, right now. My finger, okay, he says, my finger ends up hitting my pointer finger with hybrid picking. Oh, so this finger? You're saying this finger. Now, the middle finger hits your pointer finger when you're picking. I need to keep working on that. Yeah, I mean, you know how I'm picking too. Look at this, Joe. Just so you know. Oh, Indianapolis. Oh, the home of West Montgomery. West Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, everybody. Just so you know. I used to be roommates with Buddy Montgomery. That's just some trivia. We used to be roommates when I first got to New York, and I needed a roommate. I was so broke, so I had a roommate, and he was like roommate for a while. He's a great guy, Buddy Montgomery, West Montgomery's brother. So, dude with the guitar, I think his name is Joe. Lives in Indianapolis, man. Cool, man. So what happens is when I'm picking hybrid picking, when I hit the string, make sure you clear the notes like this. Don't hit this way. Do you understand? Don't hit toward your ring finger. I mean your pointer finger, your first finger. Hit this way. Okay, you have to get used to it. So I'm actually hitting out like this and missing this finger. Okay, so be careful not to hit that. You hear that? You see that difference right there? So I'm actually missing that right now. Oh yeah, so yeah, she said that yeah, she's saying that Wes grew up 5 minutes away from him. That's great, man. Wes Montgomery was good. Yeah. So that's what you do with your hybrid picking. Just be careful not to hit the strings, okay? Now, before we talk about, I want Chris had questions about my student Chris out in Boulder, I think, Colorado. He's on Mountain Time. Wow, thanks for waking up, Chris. It's pretty early over there. It's like 12:30 over there, no? 12, almost 12:30. So for my student, for my patron Chip. So, Chip, just so you know about the 7-string guitar, the most important thing is to get used to playing the 7th string, okay, getting used to tuning to a low A, the jazz way of playing the 7th string, okay? So just think about it as doubling the A string, okay? So, I mean, it's not that easy if you think about it. So I would try chords like, let's say you're playing a C chord. Okay, this is for 7-string players. And I have a few 7-string students, actually. So if I'm playing a C chord, especially open, I try to get used to playing that with this, since it doubles the A string, I try to play that 7th string instead. Look how big that sounds. Okay, so it's a big sound. Also, I mean, you should start trying to get used to playing chords with the 7th string. So, like, I could play the C like that. I could play like a C bar chord, but I could just double it on the 7th string. Okay. Now, if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing like an F chord, like an F bar. So what I try to do to get to use the 7th string is just put it on the bottom. I'll do like a bass, like 1, 5. It mimics the 5th string. Okay. It looks like I'm looking down at everybody, but I'm actually, my webcam's up there. Sorry. So I'm doing it that way. Okay. So I'm doing like, and also, it's good for so whatever chord that uses like a 5th string root, when you're playing a 7th string, just double it. I mean, it's just double it with the 7th string. So here's like D minor bar chord, just double the 7th string. D major 7, double it. D minor 7 flat 5, double it. And that's how you get your cool bass lines. If I'm doing a bass line. This is an exercise I have on my YouTube. So everybody, I just want to let you know, if you want to learn about all this stuff that I'm talking about, I have a lot of information on all my accounts. I have them on my TikTok, Instagram. My TikTok has a lot of educational videos, but my YouTube has a lot of educational videos, and they have all my workshops from Patreon right there. These are Patreon only workshops, but I eventually released them. So I've been releasing them, the ones I did all year, and you can watch all the workshops about all these different techniques. Like we'll talk about Coltrane changes in a minute next for my student Chris. Hey, you got to practice though. Oh, Chris, I like Chris. Chris said you got to practice. Of course, I got to practice. So thanks, Chris. Yes, I tell Chris to practice a lot, and I'll tell you, everybody, just so you know, watching these workshops with me on YouTube and watching YouTube videos and all that can only get you so far. You really need to play with people who are better than yourself, okay, or both actually, and have a good guitar teacher, whatever instrument you play, but just because you can't really tell how you play by yourself. There's no way of judging you. It's hard to judge yourself. And I judge myself now mainly because I listen to myself all the time. I watch myself play. Another thing is to videotape and record yourself, because it's really hard, especially videotaping, because you have to play and you have to look good and play accurately, but also you have to play accurately. So recording is one of the most important things you could do. Also practice with a metronome. Get your timing together. I still need to work on that too. You hear everything when you record, so it's really important to do that. But a teacher really helps you, get started. I mean, unfortunately, I've studied with a lot of people, but not long enough. I've taken lessons here and there, but I need to take. The person I studied probably the most with since I was in New York was with Lucky Petrelli. But I've studied with Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar. He taught a lot of great guys like Peter Bernstein and Kevin Eubanks and Bobby Broom. A lot of great guitar players he's taught. And he passed away quite a long time ago when I first went to New York. And it's very important to have a teacher help you, to guide you in the beginning, at least. until you get your stuff together. But recording is very important, everybody. So let me see. Let's talk about. Let me move to my 6-string guitar. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna move my. I'm gonna unplug this. Get to my 6-string. I'm gonna talk about Coltrane changes next. So if you have any questions about the 7-string or anything else, picking technique, anything, playing changes, bebop, let me know. Okay. Let me see. Oh, I got to turn the amp up. Sorry. So let's talk about Coltrane changes. So John Coltrane, created a revolution, a harmonic revolution, with giant steps. Okay. Now giant steps came out. I mean, I'm looking at this book right now. Okay, let me answer this question first. In jazz improvisation, how do you go about playing what you hear in your head into your instrument? Well, like I mentioned before, like my Chris said, you have to practice. But here's what happens, okay? The way you learn how to play jazz, I mean, when I was studying in college, I was 18. I thought I knew how to play jazz. I really didn't know anything. So what happened was they always kept telling me, you've got to actually, you've got to listen to jazz all the time. You've got to learn the tunes. You've got to learn the scales. You've got to transcribe solos, okay? And you've got to practice all this stuff. It's so important to learn tunes, chord progressions. You have to train your ears. But one of the most important things is actually learning other people's solos, okay? So because that's the language. You're actually learning a language. Jazz is actually a language. And the language is actually playing over changes. So what I mean by playing over changes is this. So I'm playing a C major 7 or a B flat. Let's change keys. You should know the scale for this. Now on the guitar, you should be able to play that all over the neck, every finger. I'm just playing this B flat major scale. So that's one thing. But what happens is, once you, that's really basic learning skills. So everybody says learn your modes. You should know your modes, of course, because, the modes are part of the language. And so remember, jazz is, is based from European music, which is the major scale. So I call the major scale the mother of all scales. So you should be able to change your major scales into any scale you want. So let's say I'm playing a B flat, and then someone said play B flat 7 chord. So, and I'll play B flat 7 chord, but you should be able to play the scale now. So a B flat 7 scale or B flat dominant scale is just the B flat major with a lowered 7th. Okay, and now you should know the name of that scale, of course, and you should know what note to lower in the major scale, for example. And there's a lot of stuff. I'm really breaking this down really, really. Concisely. It's a lot more than that. But eventually, here's what happens. So let's say I'm playing a B flat scale. There are these other scales that you learn eventually once you know your scales really well, your basic scales, like the bebop scale. Now, the bebop scale is just like it's just one of these scales that was created by Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie, the bebop guys. And Barry Harris was one of the guys who was into it too that I studied with. And you put passing tones between the whole steps. Now, sometimes people say, well, if you put a passing tone between the whole steps, you can make a chromatic scale. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like the major scale has whole. If I'm playing a B flat, it's whole, half, whole, half. So you can't just, you have to be able to play those passing tones between the whole steps within that scale. Now, when you get to the half step in between, then you use these different techniques like putting in what you call approach note. See what I did? So basically, I learned all these licks from transcribing solos. So I would learn trumpet solos, guitar solos. I transcribed George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt. Oh man, Pat Martino. I used to do piano solos. I can't remember. I used to do trumpet solos, Charlie Parker licks. you have to learn licks, okay, too, if you want to get into jazz. And what happens is when you're doing this over and over, and you practice all the time, and you're playing with people, you have to go through trial and error. I call it. So if I'm playing and I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing this like song, just a 1 6 2 5 or anything, whatever. I try to find out I try to practice my licks. Like I'll do arpeggios, etc. Then I start. Eventually, you have to be able to time this stuff right and hear the timing. And then what happens is after years and years of practicing, or hours, because you can learn this stuff really quick, everybody, if you practice like 8 hours a day, okay, like for 2 years or a year or 10 hours. Because I met people. I was one of those kind of guys too. When I got to college, I couldn't play. Like there were some guys that came in from like Japan, burning, playing giant steps in every key, whatever, and I'd be like, oh God. So what happened was, I practiced a lot. I would take the theory and harmony. I would everything the teacher told me to do, I would just do it on the guitar. So I would take my theory class, put it on my guitar. I would practice that stuff on there, and I would listen to music, a ton of music. I would try to transcribe solos. And what happens is you develop a language after a while. So now I'm just playing. I don't even think about what I'm playing. I'm just playing like it's just a language. I'm just playing kind of on B flat there. But it sounds like I'm actually playing through changes in my own head right now. So if I'm actually playing over a song like a backing track, I'll be playing these kind of licks all through that. Let me see. Is there any other questions so far? Oh, okay. Not so far. I'm just trying to see. So please send me some more questions. Now let's get into. So that's how you get into that. So just like learning giant steps. Now giant steps is like this Coltrane song that was created back in 1959. I forgot. I'm just looking through this book right now. I've used this book. I'm actually going to practice after this. I'm going to practice after this because this book has some great stuff. This is backwards, but this is the jazz theory book, and there's what I was going to say. It's a great book, and there's a lot of stuff in there I got to practice. Okay, so Coltrane changes started back in 1959. Now, here's what Coltrane did. He actually took the major scale and broke it up into an augmented chord. So if you go look at giant steps, it goes. So it starts in the key of B, goes to G, then goes to E flat. So those are three different keys. So B, then he goes to G, then he goes to E flat. So that's taking the chord and making it an augmented chord. So it's actually, it could be a G augmented, or E flat augmented, or B augmented. Okay, they're all the same chord actually. Now, with basics on the guitar, you should know all your minor. You should know your major triads, your minor, your augmented, and your diminished. Actually, I have to post that on my Patreon. Those 4 exercises. You should know these chords as basic triads. Okay, so those are all the 4 basic triads. So he went from the key of B to E flat to G. And you hear a lot of his songs written like that, Coltrane, like Central Park West, I think is one of the songs. Satellite. He did a lot of cool tunes. So basically, this song just goes to 3 keys. So they call it 3 tonal systems. Okay. So giant steps is like a good exercise. If like a lot of college students love this, a lot of jazz heads and stuff. So you have to figure out licks that you can play through these changes so the chords are B. You could, if you have your real book or any kind of like, what's the word? Or any kind of like, music on giant steps. Take a look with me. Okay, the first chord is B, D, G, B flat 7, E flat. So if I'm playing through that, it's a lot of changes. So what I did, I actually transcribed a little bit of John Coltrane on this. I should transcribe more John Coltrane solos in general, actually. So, he would go like this. He would just do these patterns, which you actually should know, everybody. They're called tetrachords. And I have, like, on my YouTube channel here, you could watch like a TikTok I did about it. But I'm gonna do like I'm starting to do long videos like a workshop kind of style videos now. People are really liking them. I'm starting to release those. Where I'm going to talk more about in depth about tetrachords and stuff like that, and Coltrane changes, etc. So when I'm playing through, what Coltrane used to do, he would just go 1, 2, 3, 5 on every chord. So on the B, he would go B. Now for people who can't read, that's another thing you should learn how to do. If you can't do everything by ear, try to avoid tabs if you can. But that's a lot to ask actually for guitar players, because it's really hard to read on the guitar. But he would do 1, 2, 3, 5 on a major chord. So he would go like this. So he's playing through the changes like that, the Coltrane changes like this. So you got to be able to play that everywhere. So one of the things about guitar or bass or any instrument that you play, well, especially guitar and bass, because you can play some of the same stuff over with different fingerings. I would play this lick everywhere. See that lick? I just play this like a B lick, a tetrachord lick, or 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, for people who don't know what 1, 2, 3, 5 is, it's like the first degree of the scale, then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, going up the scale. Okay, so it goes. So I'm just playing through the chords: B, D7, G, major 7, B flat dominant 7, then E flat major 7. That's what Coltrane actually did to get through this. He would go 1, 2, 3, 4. It sounds like an exercise. It is exercise. So I'm just basically playing through the Coltrane changes like that. Oh, yeah, here's another question. Oh, okay. So Nathaniel has a question here. When you're transcribing the solo or learn a lick, do you just transcribe it and be done, or just stay with it and learn to use it before moving to the next? Okay, great question, Nathaniel. Now, when I was transcribing, there's two things about transcribing, just so you know. Okay, transcribing is actually writing down the notes. Okay, now that's a skill in itself, and I know how to do that. It's a skill that takes a lot of practice and study too. Because when I went to Berkeley, I tested out of the harmony classes like the first two semesters actually, and I was in this transcription class where you had to sit down and write all your notes with no paper. I mean, with no instrument. You had to do everything by ear with intervals. So you have to know about intervals. But it's hard to write rhythms out and stuff. It takes a long time. But if you can do that, actually, that's one of the best things for you to do is for your ears, and also embeds the music in your mind. Now, I suggest never anybody giving you a transcription say, hey, man, here's a transcription to John Coltrane Solo, man, here, you can just learn it now. And no, that's not good for you. The best thing for you to do is do it yourself. Okay, so you can write it down. I suggest writing it down and learning it. Okay, now, me, who doesn't have much time for anything these days, if I want to learn something, I'll just do it by ear and just memorize it. If I want to write it down, I can. People pay me to write things down sometimes, so to transcribe stuff. So I'll do it if you pay me. But at my leisure, I don't do it anymore because it just takes so much time to write it down that I don't really need to do it most of the time. So I do it by ear. But it's important that you do it. That's the whole thing. Don't have anybody hand you any kind of music and tell you this is the music. Here's Joe Pass's guitar solo. You're not going to learn anything like that. The guy who learned something from that solo was the guy who transcribed it and learned it himself. You don't get any benefit from someone showing you something. So you have to sit there and physically learn this stuff. And when you're transcribing, you could write it down. I've written some solos. I had a solo came out years ago in Downbeat magazine. I did it. I used to transcribe, write the solos down. I transcribed like Wes Montgomery's solo on SOS. And, what I did was I just, I wrote it all out, but, I knew how to play it too. So you have to learn how to play these things, because what happens is when you play, so let's say you learn a lick from like Pat Martino, or Wes Montgomery. So like one of my Pat Martino licks I like to play is like this 2/5 lick like this. Let me see. That's a 2/5 lick. 2/5 is like if you're in the key of E flat, the 2 is like the from starting from E flat is 1, and the 2 is F minor, and the 5 you go up the scale is the 7. And that resolves usually back to the 1, F minor 7 to B flat 7, back to E flat major 7. So there's a lick that he played like goes like this. I mean, basically like that. But the thing is, that lick, you have to take these licks and find these kind of licks in their solos, and then say, well, I mean, he's playing that on an F minor chord to a B flat. So when I get to that chord, I'm going to play that. But here's the thing: you've got to be able to transpose that to all keys, because you're not going to be playing on an F minor chord to B flat. So you got to be able to play that in D. So see what I just did though? I changed the fingering too. Or there's that's what you have to do on the guitar. You have to figure out every possible fingering in the same register. That's really hard to do. So I have to think about that. So when I'm actually playing, I'll practice this, and then when I'm actually playing a gig, I try to find the fingering that I know the most, because what happens is, you have to practice something over and over to really get it embedded in your playing. So that's another thing, everybody. When you're practicing, this is a really good thing to know. Okay. Okay. I'm going to answer the question about the beginner jazz book soon. Okay. So when I'm practicing, when you just so you know, musicians learn by repetition. So whenever I've learned this over the years from teaching and from playing a lot, that you have to practice something. If you're learning like a new lick or new anything, you have to practice it every day. Don't practice like 1 hour and then wait 1 week later and then play the same thing. No, you have to practice it like 10, 15 minutes a day, because what happens is you have to embed it in your mind and it becomes natural. So you have to practice every day the same thing, and remember to practice only things you don't know. So like this lick, I know this lick really well here, but I don't know it as well here. I can do it, excuse me, and but I have to think about it more. So for me not to think about it more, I have to practice it every day until I don't have to think about it. That's what I mean. You have to be able to practice so much that you don't even think about it. It just becomes natural, and that's how you learn how to play music. I think that's how you learn how to do anything. Actually, you have to do it over and over and over and over without stopping until you know it without thinking about it. So when I used to do these Broadway shows, I used to take them for granted. I used to play a lot of Broadway, and I had to learn all this crazy music. And a couple times I crashed and burned just because I didn't practice enough. Because when you get on stage and you play, it's a whole different story than practicing. You got to go on autopilot and not even think about what you're doing. You just got to know it so well. You practice it so I would practice these shows every day for 2 weeks. I would go in and watch the guy. I would sub. Okay, subbing is when you replace the guy on a Broadway show and you just play. You have to basically play like him. So I would practice that stuff every day and go to the show and watch him play it. And then when I get in the show, you're just there. It's autopilot. That's what you have to do. It's exactly the same thing as learning how to play jazz. Okay, now, do with the guitar as, is there any beginner jazz book you recommend? Okay, I'm going to send, I'll send you guys, I think I have your emails. I'm going to send you, just send me an email at the end if there's any questions, everybody, about the workshop, any books you need. There's some great books that I use, like it's behind my screen here. I have like the William, let me write this down, like the Modern Method for Guitar is a very good book. This Ted Dunbar book that I used, a lot of these guitar players use, called New Approaches for Jazz Guitar. Let me see. My websites have a lot of that stuff about learning how to play, getting warmed up and, and I mean, beginning books like that. I'm going to make a list for you guys. Let me see. So guitar books, A Modern Method for Guitar. This is a really good book to learn all your basics about the guitar. Now, for the 7-string players here watching, remember that you have to know the 6-string really well before you go to 7-string. So modern method for guitar is great. Okay, by William Levitt. I'm going to write that down. You can find that book anywhere. Okay, it's a really great book to learn how to play jazz. I mean, to learn about the basics of jazz, chords, melodies, all kinds of stuff. Okay, and someone's going to hand me the book right now if they can find it. Oh, this is another book I have. Oh man, this is backwards. But this is a book I wrote for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and these are chords at your fingertips. It's a really great book about chords, everything. You can pick that up. You can get that on my Amazon store. Okay. Can you hand me the folder? So yeah, you can get that at my Amazon store. That's a great book for learning chords, and there's a lot of great exercises here. Another book is called Scales of Mode Mastery. That's a book that I sell through Acoustic Guitar. Okay, and that book is available on the Acoustic Guitar website. Okay, and so yeah, that's a great book. Scales of Mode Mastery. But by the way, send me a message so I can send you some book recommendations, and I'll send you my. Give me that, please. Yes. I want to show you this. If you go to my Amazon store, let me show you this right now. Oh yeah, here. If you go to my Amazon store, here it is. You can see this now, I hope. Oh, is this? Oh. I hope you can see this. Nope, you can't see that, can you? That's weird. It's too far away. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. You can go to my Amazon store. There's a bunch of guitar books there on my Amazon store. There's all guitar books. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And there's a ton of books there for beginners, and books that I have sell too. Yeah. That's a magic trick. Thanks, Chip. Okay. Yeah. So in the last 10 minutes, is there any questions before we finish up? I went through a lot of subjects today. Oh, okay. Before we keep going, so email me about books, guys. Go to my YouTube for some of this stuff is on my YouTube channel here. A lot of my lessons are up here. I cross-posted from TikTok now. TikTok, I have tons of educational videos, and that page is doing really well with. I talk about all kinds of things: bass lines, picking, all kinds of stuff. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Someone put the website there. Great, thank you. Also, give them my website and etc. So let's just continue really quick with giant steps. Okay, so the easiest way to play through giant steps is using the 1, 2, 3, 5 patterns on tetrachord, etc. Okay. Now there's different tricks you can use too. Like one of the tricks I learned from my students. I learned a lot of stuff from my students too. Remember, you can learn something from anybody. One of my students that I was teaching, a really good guitar player that I was teaching from Chicago, that lived here in New York, moved back to Chicago. Okay, is this one right here. Like if you're going, when you're playing down the scale of giant steps, you can go down in whole steps. You can go down in whole steps. You can do a major B major chord, then go down to an A minor, then G major, then F minor. That's a really good trick. Oh, there's another question here. Really appreciate the lesson. We'll look into Patreon. Oh, thank you, dude. I like that. Dude with the guitar. But you spelled the dude wrong, guy. It's not D-O-O-D. It's D-U-D-E. I'm just kidding. Appreciate the lesson. We'll look you into Patreon and continue to follow you on Instagram. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Could you go through harmonies and harmonizing in chords? Could you use blues progression to show it? Oh, harmonize. Okay, now let me show you. Let's go to just go to key G. Okay. So when I'm playing through a blues, there's a lot of things you can actually. Blues is more complicated than you think. because you could alter the chord. So when I'm playing a blues, I can think of, I can just play a G7, of course, if I'm playing a G chord. I can actually playing, now you're talking about chords, I hope, Nathaniel. Now I can just put a 9 on top. You can start doing that with the chords, for example. You could do all 9s, for example, like I could do dominant 7. Okay, now you could do, next thing I would do is make it into a 9 chord. Now, I took the root off. You should be able to play these chords without the root. So I put a 9 there instead now, okay? So the 9 comes from like the 1, which is G, B, which is the 3rd, D, which is the 5th, the flat 7, which is F, and the A is the 9. So I can put that up there, I can play it like this. Remember the voicings, find every way to play these voicings, okay? Okay. And then I could go to a 9 here. You could develop a voice like that. Now, jazz blues is a whole different thing, okay? Then I could go to regular 1-4-5 blues, just all 9 chords. Then you could add the 13 next. I added that note, and I put the 9 on top. That's a very common voicing. You could do it that way too, actually. I've never done it that way. 13, 13, and then 13 with. I gotta put the dimension there. Now you could make it altered now. So you could put sharp 9 like Jimi Hendrix. I put sharp 9 chords. Sounds like Batman. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going through the chords like that. Now you can start doing things like this too, everybody. You can start doing what you call you can do substitutions. Like if I'm doing a G7, I can make a D minor. I can put the related to, we call it. Then G minor. So when I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, I can go like this. I could just put a 2-5 instead. Now, that's what we call, we didn't get to reharmonization too much today. That's called substitutions, okay? So I'm substituting a chord. I'm thinking of a different chord while you're playing something else. That's what substitution is. So, like, I can, while you guys are playing a dominant 7th chord in your blues, I'll be thinking, let's say G7 flat 9, flat 13, which is altered, we call it. So I'll go, I'll be playing crazy chords like that while you guys are playing. So that's called reharmonization. So I'm superimposing a chord. What I'm doing right there is I'm just basically playing altered on over everything. So I'm actually substituting a lot. So that's another thing you could actually do in a blues or any kind of progression. So remember, when you're harmonizing, it depends on your harmonic knowledge, at what level you are, of sophistication. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing like just over a regular, let me pick a different key. Let's say I'm playing over a regular E flat major 7 chord. I can actually go, you can play the regular major scale, but I can actually do all kinds of scales. I can go, I can play a Lydian, even though they're playing like a regular major scale or major chord. I can actually I can superimpose a Lydian in my solo and it will still sound good because I'm forcing it in there. I can make a Lydian sharp 5. That comes from a melodic minor, so it's a major 7 with a sharp 5. Okay, and I can actually go, I could do Ionian sharp 5, which comes from melodic minor. like that. Okay. So it depends on your harmonic knowledge to be able to superimpose different chords, melodies. So that's called reharmonization, and I like to use that a lot. So I'm gonna actually try to do some. I might record today like a long version video about Coltrane changes, about different kinds of techniques we use today, like for YouTube, okay? Because like I workshop specifically just about one subject, because I'm doing short form videos on TikTok and Instagram, but they're too short. Some people say. So people are now coming to my YouTube, and I'm starting to get. I have I gained a couple thousand subscribers because I've just been doing a bunch of posts all the time with all my educational videos. So please come back, everybody. Please follow me. I'm going to write this down. Please follow me. If you're not doing so, at all my channels, please follow. I'm going to end this now. Me at Ron Jackson Music. On all channels, on all platforms, all social media. Okay, they're all the same name. Oops, I spelled social media wrong. Okay, please follow me at Ron Jackson on all social media. If there's any questions, everybody, you're welcome, Chris. I'll see you Tuesday for your lesson. And what was I going to say? Send me an email if there's any questions about books, anything, and if there's any questions about anything, let me know. I'll send you the information, links, etc. We talked about a lot of stuff. There's a lot more to talk about. Now I'm getting tired. So and hungry. So thank you, everybody. Ashante. Oh, that's cool. That's great, man. That's where Ashante comes from. I like that word. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for watching. And I'll just show you. If you want to check out my Patreon page, it's right here. Oh, I got magic. That's why my Patreon page. Quite a few of my patrons are watching, and here we go. And she also put my link tree with all my links there, and all my links are at my link tree right there that we just put up there. And thank you, everybody. I appreciate you watching. We had a great crowd today, and something was backwards? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. So you can just go to my Patreon, which is also Ron Jackson Music. Patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and that was my Patreon live lesson that I do once a month. It's called Second Saturdays, and I appreciate you guys watching. And I hope you learned a lot today about different styles and techniques about playing guitar, jazz, 7-string, etc. And I hope to see you guys very soon. And keep following keep checking out my Patreon and all that. I mean, my TikTok and Instagram, because I have always these videos coming out that I'm posting about different, techniques you could learn on guitar, comping, improvisation, etc. Okay, so we'll see you guys very soon. And I'm gonna say bye-bye and have a great day. And we'll see you guys at the next live lesson or a lesson going to be taking with me in person, etc. Have a good time. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah, thanks. Okay, hold on. Oh, Chip. Okay, Chip, thank you, man. You're welcome. Also, Chip, just so you know, go to my, I sent you the links already, but there's an introduction to a 7-string guitar long form video on YouTube. It's pretty long. And I talk about how the 7-string guitar works, etc. Okay. I want people to play 7-string guitar. We need more 7-string jazz guitar players. There's a lot of rock guys, which is cool too. I love rock, and a lot of Brazilian guys, but not many jazz guys who use the 7th string as the as the bass note. Okay, so please check that out on my YouTube, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys. Bye bye. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention a shout out to Umir, my student. Umir Abela, he's a new student too. Sorry, Umir, I forgot about you. You're one of the beginning guys that came in. I appreciate Ymir, he just started studying with me, and thank you, Ymir. Abela. Okay, I have a hard time saying your name. There's some funny names here today. So, thanks, Ymir, for watching, and he's a great new guitar player. Oh yeah, I mentioned you earlier. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm losing my mind now. Bye bye. Today I'm going to talk about practicing things that you don't know. Like one of the things I've been practicing recently is actually the harmonic minor scale. And I'm going to be doing a lesson about this very soon. And, about going, using the harmonic minor scale in jazz particularly. So, I mean, I've been working a lot with the harmonic minor, and trying to use it more in my jazz playing. It's funny, I was doing one of these workshops on Patreon, and actually what happened was on Patreon, I actually had to, one of my students there wanted, to know about, was asking these questions about the harmonic minor. So do you use a lot of harmonic minor harmony? I was like, oh, really? Harmonic minor, harmony in my playing? I was thinking, I do, but I don't use it as much as I'd like to. So what's happening is, so I started working on that kind of stuff. And if you have any comments or questions, please send them to me right now. I'm going to be taking them during the live stream, as I usually do, okay? And let me see if I can see any comments here. You can ask about my new guitar here, which is my new D'Angelico XL1, where I just actually got this from D'Angelico. I'm a D'Angelico ambassador now. And basically that means I promote the guitars. And hey, hello, Jose. How are you? So you know what? Let's get back. Let's get into this now. So I like to use the harmonic minor scale. So look at this. So I'm going to keep A harmonic minor. So you know what? I'm using the A harmonic minor scale, but it's just a scale. But if you want to use it in jazz, you have to really know how to use this scale. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Great to see everybody here. I'm going to be doing this live workshop right now because I'm practicing. So when I practice, basically, I only practice things I cannot do. Like if I forget a melody or I'm working on a scale or all kinds of stuff, I only practice things I don't know. So one thing I don't know is the most advanced scale in jazz, but I use a lot of scales. I know the melodic minor modes really well. Pretty good. And of course the major ones, but the harmonic minor modes, I'm going to be doing a video, like a real, lesson about it. But in general, I need to work on the harmonic minor. Hey, Reynold Alexander. So if you guys have any questions, please send them to me. I see a bunch of people showing up right now, and it's funny. What I wanted to say was, I write for Acoustic Guitar magazine, and this magazine right here, and I actually did a whole lesson about a harmonic and melodic minor in the March-April issue of this magazine. And it was just mainly chords. I did some exercises and mixed up the harmonic and melodic minors, but only the harmony. So, the harmony is tricky on the harmonic minor. So if you start doing thirds, so I'm working on this as a practice thing. So I practice things I don't know. So if you have any questions about that, please send them to me. So I didn't know that, like the harmonic minor harmony as well as I like to. So you have to know the triads. So the harmonic minor scale is basically 1, 2, 3, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 7, natural 7. So it's actually A, B, C, F, G sharp. So, you know, I can play this all over the neck and, you know, in different keys. So, you know, I practice that skill like that. But the thing is, the tricky part is actually, hey, Dario, oh yeah, Dario, I always see you up here. How you doing? Not much. I'm trying to cook the guitar neck. So, so what I'm trying to do actually is just try to learn make sure I know the chords of the harmonic minor. So if you play just a triads, I just practice these things. So, you know, I try to play them through like this without naming them. And play them down the scale. See that? So that's the harmonic minor in triads. Okay, now, if I'm playing this, we're only in the key in A. Yeah, very good, Grant. Very good. So, yeah, you would go 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6. Flat 6, 7. Okay? The thing is to know the harmony about this on these chords. So what I've been doing is I've been practicing these things I don't know as well as I should. I can play these over. I use this on my jazz playing a lot, but to get really deep into this, I have to really practice this stuff. So now, thank you, Palmer. What it is like now I try to name the triads. So it's A minor. Now it's B diminished, and then now it's C augmented, D minor. Okay, then I have E triad, F triad, and then F diminished triad. So, you know, that's great. So, I mean, I know how to play this. Now, you have to be able to play this when you're actually taking a solo or doing chord melody. And play all over the neck, just like I'm doing. Now, when you're practicing the guitar, you should be able to play up and down the neck and across the neck. Things you cannot do, you should always practice. Don't practice the same stuff you do know. You have to practice things you don't know. So that's why I'm playing real slow, because I need to practice this. So I'm going up the strings now. Watch this. Watch this. I'm trying that this way. And then I'm going to try from here, maybe backwards. So let's go backwards. Yeah. What's this? I mean, here's some cool comments here. Watching you made me want to buy a guitar. Oh, I'm so glad about that, everybody. That's great. Your gear has a lovely sound. Thank you very much. I'm playing soft too. Playing that descending diminished SpongeBob progression. Oh, that's what that is? Oh, cool. So I guess it's harmonic minor SpongeBob. Yeah, so I'm practicing these things like this. I'm only in the key of A minor, but I try to practice these things in keys I don't know. See what I'm doing right now? So you have to know if you're going to practice a scale really well, you're going to have to know how to harmonize the scale in thirds. Also, you know, things you cannot do. So when I'm practicing this scale, I'll do things like this. I'll do triads now. So I went up the scale like this. Now what I'm gonna do now. Hope your night has been nice. Yeah, thank you, Tool. So what's happening is now, let me go to a key of D minor instead, so I'll do a different key. So I practice everything in different keys. So I played all kinds of keys. I'm playing the D harmonic minor now in the key of D. So what I'll do now, instead of playing up and down the scale, like a lot of guitar players just play up and down the scale, if you're a beginner especially, the most important thing to do is like to do, like, for example, thirds now. I'm doing the harmonic minor because that's practicing something I don't know as well. I know how to play the harmonic minor scale, but the thing I don't know how to do, and this lesson's all about doing things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do when you practice, is playing the scale in a deeper level. So I'm going to go up like the harmonic minor scale now in thirds. See what I'm doing? Now you're supposed to practice slow. Oh yeah, someone's asking a question here. How do you do that transition? Does it have a formula? No. What I'm doing is I memorize the neck pretty good, so I know what the intervals and the shapes are on my fingers. You have to memorize one of the most important things, everybody, when you want to play guitar in general, or any, particularly the guitar, is seeing the pattern on the fingerboard, and then knowing what you're actually playing. So I'm actually, I know all the notation, the names. I don't need tabs to find this. But when I need to show somebody my finger, I use tabs as a guide to find the notes. But the problem with tabs is you have to know what it sounds like to be able to play it. If you don't know what it sounds like, you can't play the rhythm or timing or anything. So that's the problem with tabs. It's important to know how to read first, then add tabs later, like I do in Acoustic Guitar Magazine when I write for them. So, for example, when I'm playing these patterns, what I'm doing is I practice much slower. When you practice something you don't know, you practice slow. I'm playing kind of fast. What I'm doing is I know the neck so well that I need to just basically just make sure I don't miss. What I'm doing is I'm playing up and down across the neck, and I make sure when you practice that you practice up the neck, like play, for example, on the same strings. Watch this. See what I'm going up the scale? You should be able to play up and down the neck like that. I'm practicing warming. Okay, and across. I'll do it across the neck now. So I'm missing the notes. So that's what I'm actually doing when I practice the harmonic minor. So I'm just playing the scale in thirds. So you should be able to do any interval when you're practicing. You should be able to do fourths. It's much harder. Watch this. That's really weird. So I'm doing fourths now going down the scale. You should be able to do fifths. Oops, I dropped my pick. I dropped my pick of the guitar. Can you believe it? I'll get it out later. So watch this. I'm going to go up like this. Now you can do fifths. So that gets really weird on the harmonic minor. That's it. Now I'm going to E. Now when I play something like this, everybody, just so you know, I'm trying to use my ear and find the fingering. But then if I have to think about it, I know what the notes are too. I just have to think about it and stop. So it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you'll find all that stuff in drills with G. Oh yeah, you know what? G. Bruce is a great guitar player. Thank you, Grant Harris. Are you related to Grant Green? I'm just kidding. So, yeah. So, what do you mean the harmonic minor scale sounds like the blues mixed in? How would it sound? Would it sound more like a chromatic scale? The harmonic minor scale, everybody, is just basically, it's a regular minor scale, the natural minor. So I'm playing a D nat. Let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. So that has 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. All you do is raise the 7. There's a real exotic sound. Okay? I use it a lot in jazz for certain chords. Particularly altered chords. You'll hear Wes Montgomery, Barry Harris was showing me when I studied with him a lot, where you use it on like a dominant 7 flat 9 chord like this. So let's say I'm playing A7 chord with a flat 9 and flat 13 like this. If I want, I could before when I play over that chord, I'm going to a D minor chord. So it's a 5 1 D A7. Flat 13, flat 9 to a D minor 7. I'll use harmonic minor here, but a D harmonic minor. Watch this. And resolve it to the D minor, you see? So when I play that A7 like this, I go to that chord just like this, okay? So, it has an exotic sound, but it's not bluesy, just so you know, Palmer. It's more like, it's more exotic sounding to me, okay? Yeah, harmonic, oh yeah, let me see. So, Grant says there's some, I'm trying to see that new comment. Harmonic minor maintains a half step between the 7th and the tonic, which is a stronger resolution than a flat 7. Yeah, good, Grant. Yeah, Grant Harris Music. Good to know you. I'm Ron Jackson Music. So, I'm actually, what I'm doing, Grant, and everybody else who's watching. I need coffee at 8 o'clock at night, okay? Is that I'm actually, what's the word? I'm actually just showing you things I need to practice myself and incorporate more in my playing, but not particularly that I don't know the harmonic minor, but I need to know more about how to use it more adventurously, at a higher level. That's all. So, for example, another thing I need to do, you should learn when you're doing the harmonic minor, when I'm practicing, because I'm still learning this harmonic minor. So I remember I just did thirds. I'm going to go into key G minor this time. So remember to play your scales all over the neck. In any position, any kind of interval. Everywhere on the fingerboard. So you have to really practice hours and hours to get this together. What's really hard is me playing this and talking to you at the same time. That's the hard part. And concentrate, you know what I mean? And be accurate, because, it's hard to actually talk and play like I'm doing and teach you guys at the same time. So I'm practicing things I don't know. So what I'm doing is actually I'm going. So the next thing I would do, I did everything in thirds. I went from the key A minor to D minor, now I'm in G minor. So I practice things in all keys. Oh, you're welcome, Palmer. Thanks for all your lessons. I keep watching your videos as I practice on my new guitar. Good. Just so you guys know, I don't know where this little booklet is. Of course, when I'm doing the live stream, I can't find anything. but oh, yeah, here it is. Let me get you something, guys. Let me show you something. So what I'm, if you want to learn more stuff from me, definitely go to my website at Ron Jackson Music. But I have a lot of stuff about chords in this book. You can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and this book is really good for all kinds of chord stuff. I do bass lines and everything. It's a book I wrote with a bunch of different writers for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, for who I write for, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, okay? And it's published by Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard Music. And get your copy on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com /shop, okay? And you can get the book here, and I can send an autographed copy. And it comes with video and everything, video lessons and all kinds of stuff. So it's a great book to learn about all kinds of chord voicing, bass lines. I teach you everything, harmonizing, melodies, all kinds of stuff, reharmonizing, doing jazz, chord melody, and everything. Okay? So anyway, if you want to study with me, let me know during this lesson. I'll show you some other stuff in a minute. So let's get back to the lesson here. So the workshop's all about practicing things you don't know. Okay. Oh, someone's asking, what's the best thing to get better at the blues? The best thing to do in anything, Vide Sharma, is to actually learn blues solos off of records, just like jazz or anything else. Learn things by ear, learn the solos, learn the blues scale, and make sure you know what what key you're in, etc. And you start transcribing. Um, those are great ways of getting anything together, and also get a good teacher to help you in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't have any help, so when I got to Berkeley, there was a lot of things I had missing in my playing. There's some other things. This may be a stupid question. What's the difference between a hollow body and solid body guitars? Hollow body guitars, you can't play them acoustically. I mean, solid bodies you can, because they're made out of solid wood. So if you play with no amp, there's no sound. And they're made out of solid block of wood. Hollow bodies like this is completely hollow in between. You see that? I can put my finger in here. It's like an acoustic guitar. And and this one's called an arch top. The back is arched and everything. This is a D'Angelico XL1 that I got from D'Angelico. And I can play this with no amp. You still can hear it. Watch. You can hear that pretty good. So it sounds acoustic. You see that? So that's the difference. With a solid body, I have a solid body over there, but I'm not going to take it out right now because it's too much work. So that's the difference. Have you ever heard of Christian Van Hammer? He's a very controversial jazz guitar method, which you don't play at your scales or modes or anything like that. No, I don't know him, but that's cool too. I used to hang out with. So Pablo Cordano said, "Have you heard of Christian Van Helmer?" No, I never heard of him. But you know what? I'll tell you something. Another person that's like that, Pablo, is James Blood Ulmer, and he played with Ornette Coleman, and I used to hang out with him. His whole thing was not that either. So I'm kind of used to hearing that. How are you playing Coltrane changes? I'm okay at that. So I mean, I play Coltrane changes. I could do all those. Yeah, so I play Coltrane changes. Of course, I need to practice them more, like everybody else. So I mean, I'm practicing things like that, like the. So I'm doing a bunch of Coltrane changes right now. So I use Coltrane harmonizations in my soloing sometimes. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing an F, I'll go through the cycles of the Coltrane changes. I'll go like this. And I'll use that in my solo. I'll go. So I'm using Coltrane changes right there. Okay, so yeah, I practice them somewhat. What's this? So that was beans. Okay, good. Coach just learns phrases from good solos and moves them around the fretboard to apply the different chordal changes. That's what basically, just actually Pablo. That's what basically great players do. They basically take the phrase and move them up and down the fingerboard. What I do is I move them up and down and across the fingerboard. So just so you know, I studied with Pat Martino, and he had me doing these exercises like this. So you should be able to take a phrase. Let's take harmonic minor, for example. So if I go like this. So that phrase, this is G minor. I'm just going to 7. I'm going 7, 1, 2, flat 3. Now, your goal, one of the things you have to learn as a guitar player to master the guitar is to be able to take that phrase and play it so many ways. That's what Pat Martino had me do. See what I'm doing? Watch me. See what I just did, everybody? I basically played the same phrase. How many times did I do that? I mean, I could do it so many different. I could do it on the same string. I can only get up to there now in that register. Then if I put it up an octave, you have to be able to do that too. So let me do it. See what I just did? So you have to be able to do that with any phrase, though. So like you have to be able to find every possible fingering in the same register to really master the guitar neck. That's one thing to do. Hold on. Let me see some of these questions. Yeah, Pablo. The timbre changes, but it's not only the timbre that changes when you do these different phrases. It's also you really master the fingerboard when you practice this way. So if I'm practicing any kind of phrase like this, let's say let me see. So let's just take a more complicated phrase. There's more ways, I'm sure, to do that phrase. So when I was studying with Pat Martino, he would make me he would just take a phrase like this. He would do that phrase, for example. That's a very common Pat Martino phrase. So you would practice every possible fingering. Now, you could do it actually on the guitar. You could do it. You can do it on the same string. That's how hard the guitar is. You can go. Now I did open strings that time. I could do it on the same string. Simple cross string. What I did, I'm trying to reach all the. That's really hard to reach up there, but I'm reaching up there. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same phrase, playing it every possible way. You can play it on the same string, across the strings, skip this. You don't skip the strings when you're playing the same phrase. So that's how you really master the fingerboard. Let me see. There's some questions here. Ron, I'm a kind of beginner to jazz, but I really want to learn more, mainly chords, probably rhythm stuff. Maybe you would. You can play some rhythm guitar on Cantaloupe Island. I can play that a little bit. Oh, Mark, you're an inspiration to me. Thank you. So rhythm guitar. So if you're doing Cantaloupe Island, I'll do that real quick for you guys. So that if you want to learn like rhythm parts, listen to the original recordings of rhythm guitar. I've learned a lot of funk rhythm guitars, for example. So like Cantaloupe Island is like this. I think that's what Herbie does. But it's always good to go back and listen to the original recordings, everybody, and listen to what people are actually playing and then learn it. I think Herbie was doing this. That's the basic rhythm. So that he's playing on the record, you can also go like this. There's all kinds of rhythms you can do. You got to make sure the rhythm matches the bass line. Now I don't quite remember if that bass line was actually that bass line, but that's the basic copy rhythm he was actually doing in that song. And then you have to change that phrase to go to D flat. they were using, actually, everybody. So that's Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock. Someone was asking about that. So this is an arch top right here, actually. Just Ruben, just making sure. Do you learn this by learning all the notes on the strings, all the frets by learning shapes, regardless of knowing which note you're playing or not? Oh, Pablo, really great question. Okay, so Pablo's asking. What I'm doing is I know the notes of the guitar neck already. So when I'm doing these shapes, I'm learning the patterns and not necessarily the fingerings. Remember, everybody, this is something no one ever tells you. Whenever you're learning a song or anything, even chords, they lock you into these fingerings. Let's say play a C chord like this. This is a really important thing to learn about. Now remember, this C chord, you don't have to play with these three fingers. You can play with these three fingers. But they make you learn it like this. So it's not only the chord, it's the shape. Okay. Oh, someone's asking me if I ever studied with Helen Holdsworth. I wish I could have. When he came to Berkeley years ago and gave lessons, and I was stupid enough not to take a lesson with him. There's a lot of people I should study with. But anyway, it's a long story. But I studied with a lot of people, but I would have loved to study with Helen Holdsworth. Okay. So here's the thing. When you're playing, it's not only the notes. You have to know the notes, but you have to know the shapes and patterns. Because I could do everything with just one finger. A good example is Django Reinhardt. So let's say I'm playing. Remember this phrase I was doing earlier? Let me see. All the ways I can play that. I'll go like this. Now watch me. I'm doing it one finger. You have to know your fingerboard from the patterns. Your fingers don't matter eventually, because you're going to try to find it when you're actually playing. So I can use my fourth finger. See, I can jump around. It's kind of hard with your fourth finger, but anyway. You get the point? So your fingers don't matter. It's the patterns. You have to know how to find the notes. And I know the names of the notes, of course. I mean, to know the names of the fingerboard, notes on the fingerboard is tricky. B flat, B flat, E flat, A flat. Or it could be A flat or G sharp. There's all kinds of things. You have to learn your fingerboard, and you have to learn the basics of the guitar. So when I'm actually playing, and I'm going up the neck, when I get past the 12th fret, I know the notes double. Okay, but also I know I can read pretty good the notation above the 12th fret. It gets kind of weird when you get past the third ledger line above the staff, but you should know where the notes are on the guitar. If I'm up here, I know that's a B flat. I know it's a C. That's a D. So you see that? You should be able to find the note. See what I'm doing? You should know the neck that. Oh, got tricky. You should be able to jump around the neck without getting lost like that, everybody. I mean, so your fingering is less important, and knowing the notes is not that important, because when you're actually playing, there's no time to even think when you're actually executing. You just have to play. And a great example like that is George Benson, or I don't even think Django Reinhardt knew how to read. They knew how to play, and the most important thing is not knowing how to read; is knowing how to play. At the end, if you're jamming with anybody, you have to know how to play. And it's really important to know where your notes are. And the fingerings don't matter at the end. It's your timing, your feel, finding the notes. Let me see. Oh, wow, there's so much stuff here. Yeah, I would love to say any software to score guitar parts over every song. You know what? I use Sibelius. So Sibelius actually does, there's a guitar program I heard. I forget the name. If someone knows it, just send me a comment. There's a guitar program that scores. But I've been using Sibelius because I don't only score for guitar. I score for all instruments. Saxophone, guitars, pianos, basses, everything, drums. I use Sibelius, and there's good tabs there and everything. So but it's an expensive program. So all my lessons like this, I have a lesson like this that I put up on my website. If you go to my website, I have all kinds of lessons about all the stuff I'm talking about. I use this and I use tabs. Yeah, Guitar Tab Pro, that's the one. I don't use it, but I heard it's a good program. I don't just do guitar. So I do 6-string and my 7-string guitar stuff here, that I use because I play 7-string too. I'm actually known as a 7-string guitar player now. So if you want to get into 7-string, we can talk about that in a minute. So, what's the difference between A flat and G sharp? It's the same note, but I heard years ago it was slightly different because of tempered tuning. Equal tempered tuning had changed and they just named the notes the same. So that's what I heard. So it's the same note. It's called enharmonic spelling, okay, in music theory. So let me keep going here. Yeah. So if you're in the key of A flat, and A flat, it's an A flat. If you're in the key of G sharp is G sharp. It's the same note. Okay. Let me see. Do you think sight reading is essential for guitar players? Oh yes. Okay. Sight reading, everybody. This is the thing guitar players are terrible at. You know what? I don't want to joke about it, but it's really true. When you put what's the joke that I put on my I put it on my TikTok and my Instagram reels. How do you stop a guitar player from reading? Put some John Coltrane music in front of them. No, it's true. The only way you learn how to read is by practicing your reading, everybody. And I use this book over here. Let me show you the book. This is how I learned how to read, everybody. This book, A Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. It's a really great book to learn how to read out of. Starts you from the very top. You could be just like a beginner guitar player. Well, or you could be a beginner guitar player or advanced. You'll learn how to read out of this book. It's position playing. It's called a modern method because the modern method is not the classical method, okay? And that way, the classical method has a very, very, I don't want to say rigid way of learning how to read. This book really teaches you the whole neck, okay? So, I mean, remember, reading has nothing to do with playing, everybody. Just so you know. Reading is just a skill. You have to know how to play. And, and people, I know some great readers on Broadway shows. I've done a lot of Broadway shows. And these guys can read all the stuff in the world. But then you put them to play jazz or something, they'll be like, huh? Songs? I've had Broadway musicians come to like my gigs, my jazz gigs in New York, and they say, wow, you're a real musician, man. You can read and you can improvise. No, you can play, songs, and you can improvise. So reading is important, but it doesn't teach you how to play jazz or improvise or other things, other skills about guitar playing. So, but reading is great because you learn the notes on the guitar neck, which is very important. So let me keep answering some questions here. So how do you visualize the chords under your single note playing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How do you practice sight reading? So sight reading, Pablo, just so you know, just start reading music. That's what you have to do. You got to practice reading music all the time to get into it. Okay. There's no no cutting corners. Just put some music in front of you. Start reading. It's gonna take time. You gotta study a little bit. You gotta get a teacher to help you maybe. I'm a good teacher, so if you need anybody, I'll help you read. And you know what? I'll tell you something. I wasn't a good reader when I was 18 years old. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked. But I started practicing, and the only way you can get into good reading is to practice every day. You're reading, and just do it a little bit. And after a while, it really helped me when I started really doing Broadway shows. All the reading you have to do, it's like really hard. And it was really funny. I got to tell the story later, but let me keep going now. So, do you know how to do rhythm technique for a song, the Culture? I don't know that one. We'll have to skip that one. So, how do you visualize chords under single note playing? So, when I want to tell you, everybody, I have this lesson on my website. Go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I have printable lessons there. Okay, I'm going to show you the website in a minute. But what you have to do is if you want to really learn how to read notes and everything else, everybody, you have to actually, to be able to play chords under scales, you have to be able to go like this. C major. I'm playing E major 7 sharp 5. Play the chord. You have to be able to play the chord and then know the scale right on top of it. That's how you practice your chords. So when I'm actually improvising, I'll go. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just trying to show you real quick. So when I'm playing a C major, like that was a 1-6-2-5 in the key of C major. Let's make it B flat. I'll make it A flat. So let's say I want to keep it A flat. I'll go A flat major 7, F minor 7, B flat minor 7, E flat 7 or dominant 9. So I'll just be able to play the scale. Dorian, A flat, F minor, natural minor, then B flat minor, B flat Dorian, then E flat dominant. So that's how you actually learn how to play your chord scales. You got to be able to play them everywhere too. See what I did? I did all possible fingering, and, for that scale particularly. Just like I showed you earlier, everybody, you have to be able to play these scales. So when you start learning how to match your chord scale to the chord, that's how you start really learning how to play over jazz changes. So right now I'm just practicing for you guys. That's how I would do it, okay? So this is all about practicing things you don't know, but I know how to do that. So, I mean, there's things I don't know, so I try to practice those things I don't know. So I have these kind of lessons on my website. If you go to my website right here, ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me show you. Oh, I have it here. Oh, I don't have it right here. It's okay. If you want to go to my Patreon and join, though, I have those lessons there, too. So my Patreon is www.patreon.com/ronjacksonmusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 or less and become a patron at the same time. Help support me and my channel and everything I'm doing as a musician. Okay. And also on another announcement, I don't have it tonight. I'm playing a gig in New Jersey Friday. My first live performance as a leader in about a year, more than a year. It's going to be at, what was that place called? Oh my God. What's it called? Oh yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in what town? In Ramsey, New Jersey. Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey. I'm playing my own first gig this Friday if you're in New Jersey. And it's going to be a great gig with one of the best drummers in New York City and bassists, and me on 7-string guitar. So come by this Friday. So I'm just going to make that announcement. You're going to see me announce this on YouTube tomorrow. Okay, you're going to come out and watch it. Okay, so let me keep going here. So here's some other questions. Hey, from Indonesia. Oh yeah, thank you. Someone from Indonesia, thank you for liking my method. Melody lines in pop music are typically harmonized in thirds. Are there any other intervals you think that are sounding good for harmonic lines? So I use thirds a lot. Watch this. So let's say I play a scale. Let's go to key of G flat. I can go fourths. I like to use sixths. Do you get that sixth chord? That's a very common sixth thing. I'm from Jersey. I would like to see you play. If I can, I'm playing at Brothers Smokehouse on Friday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Can someone put it in the comments for me? And I'm playing there this Friday. It's in Ramsey, New Jersey. This Friday, May 14th, with my jazz trio. Okay, I just got the gig this weekend. I'm actually doing a big emailing tomorrow, and I'll be posting it on YouTube. Actually, I'll put a little post on it so you can see me. Get like an ad for my gig on Friday. But come on out, everybody. I know people have been dying to go see music, so come out and come die and see me play. No, I'm just kidding. Come by and see me play with my trio this Friday. So let me keep going here. How do you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? Oh, that's a big question. So let me keep going down the list. Oh, hold on here. I just skipped a couple things. So I did harmonic lines for everybody. William Levin has got has got me so many gigs over the years. Great recommendation. Oh, William Levitt got Grant Harris a lot of gigs. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You knew William Levitt? How old are you, man? He died a while ago. Now, you tell me about that later. Please drop the download the link to download the book so I can start learning to read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll go to my Amazon store. Let me show you this. This is my Amazon store. You can get the book on my Amazon store. Okay, if someone could write that in, like my friend over here. You can go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and there you can get the book on my Amazon store. Just look for books, okay? Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music and pick up that book, okay? And that's how you can start learning how to read. It's a great book, okay? And you can pick up guitars like this D'Angelico. I have a D'Angelico store on my Amazon store, okay? So you can go there. You can get guitar straps like Moody straps, all kinds of Seymour Duncan pickups, everything that I endorse. Okay, let me keep going. What do you think of George Harrison's guitars? I think he was great. George Harrison was great, Dave. Sebastian, how can you explain the difference between Dorian and melodic minor? So Dorian, let me just tell you, Dorian is basically, now Dorian has a 1, 2, so if you're playing D Dorian, it's E, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, okay, to D. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. Now here's the difference. So harmonic minor, or melodic minor is, okay, what you do is you just raise a 7. There's one note difference between the melodic minor and the Dorian mode. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Natural 7 and natural 6. So I use this scales a lot. So you have to be able to play these everywhere on the neck of go. So I'm just messing around. I'm just practicing for you guys. I haven't practiced all day. So you have to be able to play those. So let me keep going. So Christian, I'm going to be putting an ad up for the gig on Friday. So come on by. Bro, you're better than Eddie Van Halen. No, I'm not. I love Eddie Van Halen is one of my heroes, guys. Just so you know, when I was a kid, no one knows this. I was a rocker. So I saw Eddie Van Halen. I saw Van Halen 7 times when I was a kid. 7. He was one of my heroes. When he first came out, man, I was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. You know, it's really sad that he actually passed away. He was a really amazing guitar. When he came out, there was no one that sounded like him. He just broke barriers. And he didn't know how to read, and he was self-taught. So that's a great example of not knowing how to read and you have to have good ears. You have to have all the skills, everybody. You have to have good ears. You have to be able to read. You have to know, how to play with people. There's a lot involved now with playing music. So let me keep going. Let me answer a few more questions. You guys have a lot of questions. So today was about practicing. So always practice things you can't do. So remember that. So we were working on a harmonic minor today, and I was working on that. So let me see. How do you improve your relative pitch? One way is just transcribing. You can so for example, let me see something. I like to use this tuner. So for example, I'm used to hearing like so that's the E note. I know that because I play guitar all the time. Oops, I dropped my tuner. So so I go like that. D, A, E. So so one good way is learning solfege, everybody. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Now, being in tune is a whole different story when you're singing. But you have to be able to hear these pitches in your head. Now, when you're singing something, that's another skill. To sing in tune, you have to practice your singing. But to be able to hear pitches, that's a whole different story. You can be able to hear pitches and not be a good singer. You have to be able to find the notes on the guitar. And the best way is actually to learn, transcribe take off solos from records. That's how I started playing. I didn't know how to read or anything, but I was good at learning solos and stealing stuff off records. So I would learn whole solo, I would learn Jimmy Page solos, Jimi Hendrix. I was a rocker. So, and then you move up to jazz, you go to blues through jazz, and all the modern jazz stuff. And it's just a lot of practice. You have to basically spend hours and hours, guys. Remember, the guitar is not like on YouTube when you watch on YouTube and you listen to me on YouTube all the time and you look at videos. The thing is, all the work I put in is because I practice a lot and did it myself. Looking at YouTube videos only takes you so far. I just want to let you know that. And some of my students, like, they'll study with me for a while, then they go on YouTube and start trying to practice, and then they come back to me and say, Ron, I'm looking at all these YouTube videos, but I'm still not learning anything because I need your help because I don't even know what I'm doing. And you have to actually go, practice yourself and get a teacher to really help you. It's really important. I didn't have that help. And, in my case, I know how to judge myself. I've been teaching long enough. I can listen to myself. I record myself. I do all kinds of stuff to help myself improve. And I have had a lot of students that have gone through my, study with me and become professional musicians. So it's a lot involved. You got to do a lot of practicing. It's a lot of practice, guys. I used to practice 5-8 hours a day. So just so you know. So let me keep going here. Yes, lots of love. What do you mean by playing scale of thirds or fourths? So Dario's asking me how you play scales of thirds or fourths. So basically, when you go up the scale, one note at a time, that's called a second. 1, 2, etc. Going up the scale. But when you go from, like, let's say if you're going from G to, so if I'm going from G to A, then A to B, they call it a second because it's one note to the second note. Now, if you go to thirds, you're going to go 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go from G, A to B. I'm going to skip the A and go a third away, which is 1, 2, 3. So that's G, B. And then I go up the scale like that. So those are thirds, okay? I'm skipping every 3 notes. Now, fourths are skipping every 4 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 4. So I'm going to that note now. So these are fourths. And then fifth, sixth, seventh. This gets harder. Sorry. Those are 7. We could do it this way. So you have different ways of playing notes like that. 7, 6. So you can practice your notes like that. You can practice your chords like that. You can go like this. Watch. It gets weird. Those are 7. 6. You hear that a lot in guitar playing now. So that's Brown Eyed Girl. Okay, so that's like that's a very common, easy thing to play on guitar. It gets weird when you get to sevenths. You could do like octave and second. So that's an octave and a second away. An octave. How am I? Okay, etc. So that's what I like to do. I like to mix them up like that. That's how you do little harmonies and stuff. So let me keep answering these questions. Dang, I was playing today and I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's too bad. Okay. What are some tips for connecting scales together when improvising? Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great question, Rocky. So when I'm playing through a song, you got to be able to change your scale as soon as you get to the next chord, okay? Let me see if I can show you something. Like if I'm playing the only way I can really show you is if I play you something. You might not be able to hear it that well, but if I play through some chord changes like of a song, I'm going to try to play this through my computer. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try to play this through my computer. The problem is it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do this. I can't do this really through my computer. So if, let's say I'm playing through a song like, let's say I'm playing from F major 7 to an E flat 7. So what I'm doing is, so that's four beats each. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I should have a loop pedal, but anyway. So if I'm playing through that, if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play an F major scale through that. When I get to the E flat, it'll be here. E flat dominant scale. So if I'm playing a solo, I'm not going to jump to the root. I'm going to go like this. What I did was I just switched the scale without actually, changing my position to go to the root. So I'm actually doing something else different. I need my other phone. And so what I did was you have to be able to play through the chord without switching the scale. That's called the continuous scale exercise. I actually have that as an exercise. I'm going to be putting it on my website for sale as a lesson. It's called the continuous scale exercise. Basically, when you play through a song, you should be able to change the scale without having to jump to the next note. Just go continuously through the scale. Like if I'm playing the Days of Wine and Roses, it'll be like this. Oh, I need a charger. I need a charger for my computer. Can you get that for me? It's about to run out. Close. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's what happens. I'm going to do that. Let me go back to the questions. So that's what you have to do. I'm going to go back here and look at what I'm talking about with you guys. Oh, what's your favorite Eddie Van Halen song solo? Someone's asking. That's a great question. So everybody, one of my favorite is I forgot it actually. Unchained, whatever you call that. Let me plug this in. Yeah, great. Is it? Oh yeah, great. My computer was about to die. So with all the comments, but there's so many songs. I don't have any distortion on this archtop guitar, guys. So anyway, even a harmonic minor or even a harmonic minor or melodic minor, Matthew's saying, that's actually a great way to practice. If you can afford it, get a loop pedal. Yeah, you know what? I have a loop pedal, everybody, actually. I have like tons of pedals in here, but I don't use them like I do. I try not to use loop pedals. I try to play everything myself if I can. Okay? So, to demo something, I should get a loop pedal just to play some changes and then play them back. So I'm going to work on that. I need to get all this stuff out, actually. Light Up the Sky by Space Ted. So Tulsa Oklahoma was watching you. I got my first bass today. Great, Mahan Lee. What electric guitar and amp would you recommend for a beginner who's been playing a cheap Fender acoustic for a year? You know what? Go to my Amazon store, Carlston, and you can get. I have some beginner guitars and amps in that store. Go to Ron Jackson Music, www.amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. And I have a bunch of recommendations there for my beginner students or people who want to get into jazz guitar or better guitars than they're with, okay? And you can get some decent guitars there already, okay? So I would try that. Go to my store because there's a ton of them. I have them listed right there, okay? Some are not in stock. If they're not in stock, I'm going to have to restock the store. But I have my own Amazon store, so check it out. Let me see if I can play this. I'm going to have to go out of this if I do this, though. Oh, yeah. I'm going to mute some. Where's that? Right here. No. This one. That's the mute. Oh, here. Oh, okay. So show me. You go ahead. So everybody, I'm going to actually play you an example of the. I have I'm going to actually play now. You need the cord. Where is it? No, it's not plugged in. This is not though. So let me show you, everybody. I'm going to play you like an example of the. I'm going to do a little practicing right now for you guys. Let me show you. I'm going to show you that continuous scale exercise. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to put a song on. Is it on? It's not on, is it? It's not on. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this continuous scale exercise with this song. Let me see if it's working. It's not on yet. Okay, so I'm going to show you this right now, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay, it should be on. Let me see. Let me see. So here, I'm going to play you a song right now where I use the continuous scale exercise, The Days of Wine and Roses. So listen to this. I'm going to slow it down just a little bit so you can listen. Here's a good exercise. Watch this. See what I just did? So I mean, it was kind of weird, but I'm not used to playing like that. But what I just tried to do, I was trying to play the scale all the way through the song. So you know, so what happens is, let's start from the top. So when I get to the F major 7, I was playing this song called Days of Wine and Roses. I went from F major 7 to E flat 7 sharp 11, and then A minor 7, to D7 flat 9, then G minor, then E flat 7, then A minor, D minor, G minor, to G minor over F, and then E minor 7, A7, E minor 7 flat 5, G7. So if I'm playing through the scale through that, you have to be able to play over each chord without stopping the scale. So watch me from the top again. Watch this. Here we go. One more time. What I did was, so I started doing my jazz stuff there. So what I'm doing is actually, it's hard to play those scales all the way through and make them sound like musical. So what happens is I start resorting to my jazz guitar lines, which I'm much better at than just trying to play a scale all the way through. So let me see something here. Someone's making some comments. Let me go back to the comment stream here. But you get the idea, everybody. I'm just trying to, if you're learning how to improvise jazz, you got to learn how to be able to play the scale over the neck and not get lost and get through the changes. You know, it's kind of hard to do like that, but it's a good way of starting off. What's a good time to use melodic minor, and how would you practice that? So, for example, there's a whole lesson on my YouTube channel here. I just put up a couple of lessons, everybody. Jared Elks asked that question. So, Jared, I have a couple of melodic minor guitar lessons here already posted. So please go on my YouTube and search for melodic minor. I did a whole short lesson and a long lesson. So you usually use the melodic minor in jazz over an altered scale. For example, if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a D7 sharp 9 flat 13. So in that scale, I use a D altered scale, which is actually E flat melodic minor. So that's what it sounds like. See? So that's an ultra scale. So you have to pay. Also on let's say on G7, 7 sharp 11, you get the Lydian dominant scale, which is actually a D melodic minor. Also on the minor 7 flat 5, let's do an F minor 7. F minor 7 flat 5 with a natural 9. So you use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually A flat melodic minor in this case. So it's an A flat melodic minor. So those are the most important cases, okay, for the melodic minor to use in jazz. Thank you. The bebop scale, oh man, that's a whole different lesson. I got tons. I know all the bebop scales too. So just so you know, there's a bunch of bebop scales. There's the major bebop. Let's do it in the key of A flat. Okay, and then you have the Dorian bebop, which comes from the dominant bebop. And then let's go to the key of G minor. Then there's the melodic minor bebop, which is a melodic minor, and you have the passing tones. So there's different passing tones for each chord. The major bebop has a passing tone between the 6th and the 5th. And the melodic minor is like the major scale, like the major bebop scale, but with a flatted 3. So if I'm doing G minor, G major scale for example, then put the passing tone between the 5 and 6. Then make it minor. So that's called the Dorian, that's called the melodic minor bebop. So that's a whole lesson. I have a lesson about that too on my YouTube channel. So everybody, there's a lot of questions, but I went through a lot of material tonight, and I'm getting tired and I have to eat dinner. So please, everybody, please follow me. Maybe you're doing this, but let me understand. You're playing a scale in thirds, for example, and fourths. Okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe you're doing this. Let me see, Dario. I'm going to answer a couple more questions, and I have to go eat dinner now. But of course, everybody, just in case, if you're enjoying this, please subscribe to me. And if you like my lessons and stuff, please go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. I have a lot of these lessons already on there. And you can start for $3 a month and become a patron, okay? And up to becoming like becoming a mentor to you. There's levels up to that high. And as little as $3 a month for one lesson, okay? And etc. on up. And also, if you're enjoying this and you learned a lot today, I'm also taking donations. You can just go to my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App are exactly the same. So just write this down if you'd like to. It's Ron Jackson Music. Is my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. If you'd like to donate, $1 or more, that would be great. Yeah. Someone's trying to help my friend Dario here. If you read, go back to the video, Dario, you'll understand it better. So if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. You don't have to, but if you would like to, that'd be great. I'd be grateful. To these things. And I have a gig coming up this Friday here in New Jersey, here in New York City area. If you want to come by, I'm going to be playing at what's it called again? Yeah, Brothers Smokehouse in Ramsey, New Jersey this Friday. Brothers Smokehouse at 8 p.m. this Friday with my jazz trio with the best drummer in New York and the best bass player. And it starts at 8 p.m. And we do 2 sets, 8 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. It's free entry. You have to get a drink or eat or do both. Okay, and listen to some great music. Please come on by. I'm gonna be posting something later on about it. Yeah, the link is in the comments, everybody. So check out the comments. The link is in the comments for my performance this Friday. I appreciate everybody. I was here just to practice and try to get my stuff better and not take questions. But you guys had so much And remember, all these videos I do for you guys is great, but the best thing to do is really study with a teacher. So I also teach, and you can contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else was I going to say to you? I have some other announcements. If you like all the stuff I'm playing, go to my Amazon store at Ron Jackson Music, and Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music. You can pick up any of the gear I'm using there. I don't know what I'm eating for dinner, but I'm going to try to eat something. There's rabbit running around over here. And what was I going to say? Just in case some people, are wondering what amp I use, I've been using the Henriksen amp. And you can use my discount code to get a Henriksen amp, which are those smallest amps you can buy on the market. Okay, and you can use code Ron Jackson and save 5% on the amp. You can share this code everywhere. Share it to all your friends, everybody. Go to Henriksen Amplifiers, HenriksenAmps.com, and and you can save 5% on anything on the website. Use my code Ron Jackson. Okay, that's HenriksenAmps.com/ and then use code Ron Jackson. Save 5% on any amp. Also, one more announcement. If you want to learn about all the chord stuff, and Dario's wondering about that, I have a book out. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And right now, I was having a sale last week. I might start it up again. But you can get this book and also all my printable lessons. A lot of things I talked about today on my website. You can buy a lesson as little as $1.49, actually. You can just go there and download these printables. And thank you. I got this guitar from D'Angelico. I'm one of their artist ambassadors. So whenever I play 6-string, I use this guitar. When I play 7-string, I use my Eastman. Today I was playing 6-string because most people can't play 7-string. But I'll be playing my 7-string guitar on Friday at my performance. So you guys should have to come by. I'll probably do another live stream before that. But if you want to get my book, go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. I sell lessons there, printable lessons, downloadable lessons, actually. And you can print them out. And this book called Chords at Your Fingertips, that's released through Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for I'm a writer, and Hal Leonard Music. So you'll really enjoy this book. There's a lot of cool stuff, like you learn how to do walking bass lines, chord melody, all kinds of stuff that I teach. So thank you everybody for watching. I see you found out about my YouTube short videos. Big fan. Thank you, buddy. Ha ha. Someone said ha ha. Sebastian says ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, so Dario, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, man. So thirds and fourths are just basically skipping notes, just so you know. That's why you got to get a teacher to help you, because doing it online only takes you so far. Remember that. You got to have a really good teacher to show you, because that's how I learned. I went to Berklee College of Music, and I learned all this stuff when I was 18 years old. So I kind of understand it now. I learned all this stuff years ago. And after, I'm trying to be gifted. Thank you. What was this? Oh, man, that's a really nice comment. I love your taste in guitars. Thank you. Ron does it specifically gifted musician to be able to play proficiently at jazz. Or can an old SRV clone convert? You know what? Anybody can learn any age. So you can learn how jazz at any age, everybody. You just got to, all of this is really... There's no ifs, ands, and buts around. You got to practice. Unless you're a genius, you need to practice. And it's that simple. And if you need help, get a teacher. If you're a genius like Wes Montgomery, who was completely self-taught, then, you can do it. But the most important thing is getting a good teacher and practicing and listening to your teacher. Some of my students, they'll study with me and they don't listen. So, if you don't listen to your teacher and the teacher is good, then getting a guitar teacher, I teach, just so you know. So you contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to, let me make a comment somehow. Let me make a comment. Can I make a comment? I don't know if I can, but go to, my email is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. So just follow me everywhere. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe here. And, you can take lessons with me. You can contact me everywhere. Go to my website. You can actually send me an email there. It's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. If you want to study with me and you're serious, I welcome you to be a student. So, please contact me. You're welcome. Let me see. Can you explain this one? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, so anyway, everybody, I'm going to get going. I was just looking at the questions. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Thanks for watching. I'll have some new videos coming up, actually, probably tomorrow, too. Great. Okay, thank you. Got it, metal fan. Okay, we'll talk, everybody. Keep in touch. Go to my email, Ron Jackson Music. Thank you for you're welcome, Brazil. Marcelo, you're welcome. And thank you for watching, everybody. It was a really great show. It's hard to talk and play the guitar and try to explain things and answer questions, but, I'm trying to do more of these lives to help all my students out, help all my subscribers out. And, if you want to study with me or, or anything, or come to one of my gigs, that would be great. Come by my gig Thursday, Jared. Brothers Smokehouse, Ramsey, New Jersey, Friday, 8 p.m. No cover. It's but you have to get a drink or eat or something. It should be fun. I'm a good guitar teacher, so someone keeps asking that question. So contact me. Hey, Jared. Oh, it's UK here, 2 p.m. Oh, really? Okay. So we'll talk, guys. Okay, we'll talk. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit better. I'm doing my live stream here. I'm trying to make sure the camera looks good. And I go back a little bit. And, waiting for people to join me. I know this is very last minute, no impromptu kind of, fast-paced live here. I'm going to be talking about the 7-string guitar and how it's used in jazz. And, people are asking me these questions all the time about, let me make sure my seat's correctly put up here because I have all this crazy stuff here. People are always asking me about the 7-string guitar and why I use it. So just so you know, if you have any questions or anything, please send me a chat. Also, let me see what the chat relay is here. I want to see what the messages are, if there's any questions. I know this is like really last minute and people are just like checking me out. I'm going to put this up a little bit higher. See if I can turn this a little bit so it stays up here. Good. So I'm going to just show you how I warm up on the 7-string, if you have any questions like that. So for example, I was trying to C major scale. I mean, what's happening is I'm trying to really learn the 7-string instead of using it. It's just a low note that accompanies me. I'm trying to really use it in my soloing. So if I'm playing a C major scale, so you got that low A note string here, and I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E's here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. See that? So I have to do that. So the B flat. So I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So, so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, I do warm up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now there's 7 of the strings now. Then backwards. Now what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern is really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. If you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. Etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7th string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7th string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7th string guitar player and 6th string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7th string guitar, in his mid-40s until he died. And he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him. Like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7th string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7th string guitar, and it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And when I get those really cool, and you get that low note. You get that really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7-string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, I mean, any chord that uses a 7-string. So I mean, I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 3rd, and flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. Throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah. So, you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7-string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7-string because he always said that the 7-string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, Lush Life is in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. Dominic, my three favorite guitar players. I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lust Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? So that was Lust Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So what can you play on undone by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Now this part is really hard to play. All in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm going. So I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here. A lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. I'll try to use the open strings as much as I can. A low A. Third. octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day, so I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the seventh string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is a seventh string. So let me see my live top chat here. How do you apply blues notes on into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay? And there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah, so what about Charlie Hunter, Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Have you ever tried Elixir Strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir Strings too. So that's Elixir Strings. I use them on my solid body, actually. These are these are 7-string sets from my solid body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir Strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So I use Elixir Strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything. And any of these tips help. On the link, I'm actually, there's a link if you want to donate to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. But if you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So all at Ron Jackson Music, okay? Just like my YouTube channel. And please, definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I've never tried that. I love Elixir Strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique? less strumming and more doodling. Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah, yeah. And thank you for this. For listening to this octave harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel. I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good, good, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like a kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sims, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on actually is based on Donnelly. I could do that for you. I'm using the 7-string. Someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pissarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. You know, I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, you know. How about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You know, I know it's an afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because you know, sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. Sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with the 7-string. You know, like particularly using the 7-string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, you know, to incorporate in my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone has some questions here, and that's a really cool thing to do. Actually, let me see. Oh, hey man, hey Australia, how you doing, man? Great, great, great. Thank you guys. Oh man, what's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Just do you have a low B? Oh no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Apps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Apps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so that low A string is a really cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. It's the lowest note, on the 7-string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. bass lines like that, you know. Like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, oh, okay. So that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory. Okay? And let me see what else here's here. Um, but new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. You know, it's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it gent? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? You know, 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has that big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings the where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second. Do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, you know, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7. Now the low A string, I could use the low A string for all kinds of 7th chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the 7th chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using 7th chords here. So this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. So I'm just using 7th chords here, just as an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the 7th string and 7th chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's you know, what I like about the 7th string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a 6th string. So you know, there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So, when I'm playing 7 string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. So I'm doing like a little pop song by Anita Baker called "Caught Up in the Rapture," and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I actually do a lot of recording sessions, like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, I have, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my 7 string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the 3rd string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the 7 string is actually the slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the 7th and the 6th string together, it makes a cool slam Stewart sound. Like it's a 5th. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing, like, let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that 7th string slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do 3 of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. So I'm using that cool slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here, because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible, and I do it myself. Hey, Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, would you most like to perform today if you had a choice? If I had to play with an artist today, Dave, I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, please. I have this ready on my description, but I'm taking donations today too. If you feel like there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the seven string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet you. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera. Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh, I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But if you're enjoying this, please subscribe, of course, and send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the seven-string guitar. I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play seven-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, northern Holland. And they're basically, it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe as far as like, classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that you can go there to Guildhall. Any place in Europe where it's much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about seven-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. He just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitar, a seven-string guitar, man, would really make easy six-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, You went to Berkeley. Yeah, Berkeley. Take your money, Berkeley. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. Woo! Whoa, everybody. So that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups, never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lage. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So yeah, Julian Lage is featured in this. I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article about in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, no, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This doesn't look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7 string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah. Okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay. Let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today, at PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after. If I might check it out myself for this live stream, and I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York, and thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. That's ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is. But I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. So just to get started, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like, this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's and when I studied at Berkeley, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs like
which you should know how to do too. But there's a problem with tablature. Um, so what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. Um, it's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord, and then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, the, you need to it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that. But there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Um, Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form, like in a real book like this. You see, everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes, and that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to memorize what chords are. Like a G major seven. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay, so guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read in should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's like it's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. This he said reading music. Um, he talked about one thing that was really interesting that I about and it's like when you're looking at piano music, like piano music is really hard for a guitar player. So you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to like extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, and the bass clef together. So like so this is A, C, E, G, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm going to take out my guitar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. So let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training. And also, you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should sing do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's very important. Oh, hey, Reggie, hi. Can you hear me okay, Reggie? Respond, please.